What's up, everybody? Hope y'all are having a good day. Ready for the shit show to start? I don't know if you are. We'll find out real soon here. Let's see who's not connected. Everybody's connected now. Let's play.
Yo, it's the Eddie Block Show. Drunk uncle on the side, ready, let's go. Hey, it's the Eddie Block Show. If you agree or disagree, let them know. Yo, drunk uncle, drink more. We got 2 hours to chat like strange animals. Eddie Block and drunk uncle are great hosts, and we got 50 mods for the trolls. Let's roll. Yo, it's the Eddie Block Show. Drunk uncle on the side, ready, let's go. Hey, it's the Eddie Block Show. If you agree or disagree, let them know. Yo, drunk uncle, drink more. We got 2 hours to chat like strange animals. Eddie Block and drunk uncle are great hosts, and we got 50 miles for the trolls. Let's roll.
What are these douchebags? What's up, everybody? Hope you all are having a good day. We're waiting for the shit show to begin. Am I even live? It says I'm live, but nobody's in here yet. Normally I got some people in here by now. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm live. It says I got 3 people watching. Okay. I guess, is my freaking stupid chat not working again? Let's see. I guess, nope, it's working, I guess. Nobody's saying anything today. Well, we're waiting for the January 6th committee to start so we can watch some court sessions. We'll watch a little bit of court action going on here.
We are now streaming live.
Who is this person wearing a mask? Oh, that's a detective.
I do see that we still have my court reporter present
Nelson?
As well. We are now on the record. The parties have announced ready. We have co-defending cases, so this is the state of Georgia versus Zell Boyd. Mr. Boyd is before me with a charge, warrant 2022 WA06767.
I'm guessing the detective
2022 WA06768.
Has to hide their face.
Another count of possession of a firearm by a felon.
What's going on, Nelson?
WA06769. Possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, and 2022 WA06770, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act. And Mr. Boyd is represented by Javaric Rogers. We also have Tiffany Simmons.
They must have done it together.
With 2022 WA06757, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. 2022 WA06758, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Damn.
2022 WA06759, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. 2022 WA06760, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Let me restart my restream chat.
WA06761, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act. She is represented by Mr. Brandon Lewis, who is present.
They're both felons.
And the state is represented by
felons, I should say.
Cheryl Freeman. Is that how you expected to proceed, Ms. Freeman?
We're still waiting for him. Let me check.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Is my chat messing up again?
Waive your opening statement in these matters?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, nobody said anything yet.
You waive your opening statement?
So we're waiting for it to start, so we're going to watch this trial.
You waive your opening statement?
What's up, Digga Word?
Oh, wait.
Okay, so Ms. Freeman, you can go ahead and
What's up,
present your
BFO?
case to the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ferguson, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear in the front that the testimony about to provide in the matter of State of Georgia versus Zell Boyd and State of Georgia versus Tiffany Simmons will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please tell us your name and how you're employed.
Detective Ferguson, I'm employed with Clayton County Police Department.
How long have you worked with the Clayton County Police Department?
She must be
Since
undercover.
2018.
Were you working with the Clayton County Police Department on April 19th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
On that particular day, were you
This
working
program
with
was
the,
made
or did you
possible by
assist the U.S.
contributions
Marshals
to your
Task
PBS
Force
station from
in
viewers like
executing,
you.
Hold on
arrest
one
warrants?
Thank
second,
you.
guys.
Yes, ma'am.
And who were those? Who was that arrest warrant for?
It was for Zell Boyd.
Where were you executing this?
63580 Old Dixie
I'm gonna
Highway,
take this off to the
room
side
136 is where he
So
was
that way you
living.
can watch, and then I'll
Is
switch it
this
back over when it starts.
a hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
I
It's
think she's
American Indian
undercover.
Suites.
I
Was
think
Mr. Boyd at the hotel in that room when you got there?
When the marshals arrived on scene, he stepped out and he was inside of a minivan in front of the room.
Was the room in his name?
The room is in Mrs. Tiffany Simmons' name.
I wonder how they got a
Was
warrant.
Mr. Boyd living in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
Guess that's how.
So tell us what happened when you and the marshals got to that location.
Upon arrival to the room, like I said, he was sitting in a minivan out in front of the room. He was quickly identified, which we had pre-surveillance there watching.
They're
We
showing
got him
up
out
right
of the
now.
vehicle. He was searched. He had
Hey, Judy.
he had some narcotics on
It
his
is a
person.
waste, Judy.
Also, during the course of the investigation, it was identified that he had a Fourth Amendment waiver, which allowed us to also search not
All
only
right.
his person, but where he was staying, which was the room, which we proceeded to do so as well.
Sorry to do this, guys, but they are actually showing up now. So I'm gonna put them back on. I'm gonna put them on the screen, and we will watch. We'll watch this court hearing too.
Committee will be in order.
Now.
And just real quick, guys, I am gonna have to leave. I have my stepdad's cooking dinner right now. I have to leave in 18 minutes. But I am gonna let this play.
Good evening. Earlier this week, I received a positive COVID diagnosis. Per CDC guidelines, I've received the initial 2 shots and all of the boosters. Thus far,
But you still got
I've been
COVID.
blessed to experience very minimal symptoms. Because I'm still quarantined, I cannot participate in person with my colleagues. I've asked our Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney, to preside over this evening's hearing, including maintaining order in the room and swearing in our witnesses. Over the last month and a
Judge
half,
Cedric Simpson.
the Select Committee has told the story of a president who did everything in his power to overturn an election.
Yeah, whatever.
He lied, he bullied, he betrayed his oath. He tried to destroy our democratic institutions.
Are you watching
He
other
summoned
judges
a
now?
mob to Washington. Afterward, on January 6th, when he knew that the assembled mob was heavily
axed.
armed and
Did you hear him?
angry,
He axed.
he commanded the mob to go to the Capitol, and he emphatically commanded the heavily armed mob
commanded
to
the
fight
mob.
like hell.
I know. I'm
For
an
the weeks
insurrectionist.
between November election and January 6th, Donald Trump was a force to be
Donald
reckoned
Trump.
with.
Donald Trump.
He trudged off the
President
factuality and legality,
Donald Trump.
correct, sober advice of his knowledgeable and sensible advisors. Instead, he recklessly blazed a path of lawlessness
I can't
and
talk straight
corruption,
today.
the cost to which democracy be damned. And then he stopped. For 187 minutes on January 6th, this man of unbridled destructive energy could not be moved.
Oh, wow.
Not by his aides, not by his allies, not by the violent chants of rioters or the desperate pleas of those facing down the riot. And more tellingly, Donald Trump ignored and disregarded
President Donald
the
Trump.
desperate pleas of his own family, including Ivanka and Don Jr., even though he was the only person in the world who could call off the mob. He's sent
The mob.
to the Capitol. He
He's
could
sent
not be moved to rise from his dining
What
room
a
table
joke.
and walk the few steps down the White House hallway into the press briefing room
Tell me lies,
where
tell me
cameras were
sweet little
anxiously
lies.
and desperately waiting to carry
I
his
don't know,
message
Janeda Smith.
to the armed and violent mob, savagely
American
beating
#1?
and killing law enforcement officers, revenging the Capitol,
Hey, America,
and hunting down
I gotta
the
watch
vice
it.
president
So I was there.
and various
I'm
members of
supposed
Congress.
to go speak in front of
He
these
could
dumbasses.
not be moved. This evening, my colleagues,
Well,
Mr.
welcome.
Kingsinger of Illinois and Ms. Luria of Virginia, will take you inside the White House during those 187 minutes. We also remind you of what was happening at the Capitol
see.
minute by minute as the final violent, tragic part of Donald Trump's scheme to cling to power unraveled while he ignored his advisors, stood by and watched it unfold on television.
Whatever.
Let me
you're a
offer a
douchebag.
final thought about the Select Committee's work so far. As we've made clear throughout these hearings,
Let me show you
our
guys a nice.
investigation goes
This
forward.
is my favorite picture of me.
We continue to receive new information every day.
That was me
We
up there.
continue to hear
That
from
was me.
witnesses. We will reconvene in September to continue laying out our findings to the American people. But as that work goes forward, a number of facts are clear. There can be no doubt that there was a coordinated, multi-step effort to overturn an election overseen and directed by Donald Trump. There can be no doubt that he commanded a mob.
I don't know, Sharon.
A mob
I really
he
don't.
knew was heavily armed, violent, and angry to march on
Heavily
the Capitol
armed.
to try to stop
Heavily armed.
the peaceful transfer
They
of
haven't
power.
been able to show us yet
And he made targets
anything.
out of his own
They
vice
haven't shown
president
a weapon yet.
and the lawmakers gathered to do the people's work. These facts have gone undisputed. And so there needs to be accountability. Accountability under the law. Accountability to the American people. Accountability at every level, from the local precincts in many states where Donald Trump and his allies attacked election workers for just doing their jobs, all the way up to the Oval Office, where Donald Trump embraced a legal advice of insurrectionists that a federal judge
Insurrectionist.
has already said was a coup in search
Did
of
you hear him? He
legal
doesn't even know how to speak the English
Our
language. He said
democracy
coup.
withstood
Not a coup,
the
a
attack
coup.
on January 6th. If there's no accountability for
I don't know how to speak proper English. It was a coup. It was a coup. It's a coup. How can you be freaking... is he a senator or a congressman? How can you either be in office and not know that it's a coup, not a coup?
January 6th, for every part of this scheme, I fear that we will not
Yeah,
overcome
right,
the
Jandieta?
ongoing threat to our democracy. There must be stiff consequences
Oh yeah, Jim
for
Jordan's
those
going to screw him,
responsible.
digga.
Now I'll turn things over to our vice chair to start telling this story.
See, once again, folks, he keeps saying telling this story, right? They keep calling it a story because they make it up. It's their story. It's all fake, right? And everything's edited. They won't show you the full long. That's why they won't do the hearings live. They do these hearings live, but it's all everybody has all the questions and answers already.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And this
Without
shit-
objection, the presiding officer is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, I announce that the committee has approved the release of the deposition material presented during today's hearing. And let me begin tonight by wishing Chairman Thompson a rapid recovery from COVID. He has expertly led us through 8 hearings so far, and he has brought us to the point we are today. In our initial hearing, the chairman and I described what ultimately became Donald Trump's 7-part plan to overturn the 2020 presidential election. A plan stretching from before Election Day
7-part
through January 6th. At the close of today's hearing, our 9th, we will have addressed each element of that plan. But in the course of these hearings,
Coupe de Ville.
we have received new evidence, and new witnesses have bravely stepped forward. Efforts to litigate and overcome immunity and executive privilege claims have been successful, and those continue.
The villain reporter. Are you
Doors
talking about
have
just
opened,
villain?
new subpoenas have been
The one who
issued,
passed away? Yes.
and the dam has
did.
begun to break. And
I did.
now, even as we conduct our 9th hearing, we have considerably more to do. We have far more evidence to share with the American people and more to gather. So our committee will spend August pursuing emerging information on multiple fronts before convening further hearings this September.
I can't wait to see how
Today,
she
we
doesn't
know
win her
far
election this
more
year.
about
Look
the
at Adam
president's
Schiff.
plans and actions to overturn the election
Adam Schiff.
than almost all members of Congress did when President Trump was impeached on January 13th, 2021, or when he was tried by the Senate in February of
Right,
that year.
EFO? I agree.
57 of 100 senators voted to convict President Trump at that time.
Whole bunch of
And more than
rhinos.
20 others said they were voting against conviction because the president's term had already expired. At the time, the Republican
Hearsay.
leader of the United States Senate said this about Donald Trump.
A mob was assaulting the Capitol in
Frickin',
his
yeah,
name.
Mitch McConnell, great.
These criminals were carrying his banners,
Yeah, he passed away quite a while
hanging
ago.
his flags, and screaming their loyalty to him.
Only a couple people know what really happened, and
It was obvious
can't speak about that.
that only President Trump could end this. He was the only one.
Leader McConnell reached those conclusions based on what he knew then, without any of the much more detailed evidence you will see today. Lawlessness and violence began at the
There you go,
Capitol
Rachel.
on January 6, 2021, before 1 p.m., and continued until well after darkness fell. What exactly was our commander-in-chief doing during the hours of violence? Today, we address precisely that issue. Everything you've heard in these
Hey,
hearings
Carol,
thus
are you
far
gonna be
will
in
help
here?
you understand President Trump's motives during the violence.
In 5 minutes, I have to go
You
eat
already
dinner with my
know
stepdad.
Donald
Can you
Trump's
guys
goal:
let everybody know
halt
I will be
or
back?
delay Congress's official proceedings to count certified electoral votes. You know that Donald Trump tried to pressure his vice president to illegally reject votes and delay the proceedings. You know he tried to convince state officials and state legislators to flip their electoral votes from Biden to Trump. And you know Donald Trump tried to corrupt our Department of Justice to aid his scheme. But by January 6th, none of that had worked. Only one thing was succeeding on the afternoon of
I don't
January
know,
6th.
America. I don't know.
Only one thing was achieving President Trump's goal. The angry, armed mob President Trump sent to the Capitol
Armed. Nobody was
broke through
armed.
security, invaded the Capitol, and forced
Nobody
the
was
vote
armed.
counting to stop. That mob was violent and destructive, and many came armed.
Nobody was
As you will
armed.
hear, Secret Service agents
They can't
protecting
show
the vice
pictures of
president
anybody
were
armed.
exceptionally concerned about his safety and their own. Republican leader Kevin McCarthy was scared, as were others in Congress, even those
no,
who
Richard
themselves
Hurst.
helped to provoke the violence. And as you will see today, Donald Trump's own White House counsel, his own White House staff, members of his own family, all implored him
All right,
to
America.
immediately intervene to condemn the violence and instruct his supporters to stand down, leave the Capitol, and disperse. For multiple hours, he would not. Donald Trump would not get on the phone and order the military or law enforcement
I didn't
agencies
see
to help.
anybody armed, Carol.
And for hours, Donald Trump chose not to answer the pleas from Congress, from his own party, and from all across our nation to do what his oath required. He refused to defend our nation and our Constitution. He refused to do what every American president must.
Okay.
In the
No
days
problem,
after
America, but
January
I don't know
6th,
anything about villains.
almost
I can't
no
give
one
you any
of
answers
any
about that.
political party would defend President Trump's conduct, and no one should do so today.
Oh, I defend him.
Thank you, and I now recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Look at this dude up there with the mask
Article
on.
2 of our Constitution requires that the President swear a very specific oath every 4 years. Every president swears or affirms to faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and to the best of their ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and that's
of the
exactly
United
what he's
States.
been doing.
The president also assumes the constitutional duty to take care that our nation's laws be faithfully executed, and is the commander-in-chief
Oh, I know.
of our
Can
military.
they say gentlewoman anymore?
Our hearings have shown the many ways in which President Trump tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power
Has
in the
anybody
days
said
leading up
gentle
to
birthing
January
person yet?
6th. With each step of his plan, he betrayed his oath of office and was derelict in his duty.
Derelict.
Tonight,
Whatever.
we will further examine President Trump's actions on the day of the attack on the Capitol. Early that afternoon, President Trump instructed tens of thousands of supporters at and near the Ellipse rally, a number of whom he knew were armed with various types of weapons, to march to the Capitol.
Nobody had weapons.
After telling the crowd to march multiple times, he promised he would be with them and finished his remark.
They're saying they had multiple people with weapons. They had to, in order to get in there, you had to go through a freaking what do you call it? A metal detector. Nobody had weapons in there. Lying bitch.
At 1:10 p.m.
All right,
like this.
All right, guys, I have to go. My stepdad cooked dinner. I gotta go. Carol, PA Patriot, can you do me a favor? Text me if something goes wrong. I'll try and get back as soon as I can, guys. I'm sorry. My stepdad cooked dinner and I can't not go. I'll be back hopefully in less than 20 minutes.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Can you all let everybody know I'll be right back? I have to go eat dinner with my parents.
So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Come on, Donnie.
By this time, the vice president was in the Capitol. The joint session of Congress to certify Joe Biden's victory was underway, and the Proud Boys and other rioters had stormed through the first barriers and begun the attack. Radio communications from law enforcement informed Secret Service and those in the White House Situation Room of these developments in real time. At the direction of President Trump, thousands more rioters marched from the Ellipse to the Capitol, and they joined the attack. As you will see in great detail tonight, President Trump was being advised by nearly everyone to immediately instruct his supporters to leave the Capitol, disperse, and halt the violence. Virtually everyone told President Trump to condemn the violence in clear and unmistakable terms. And those on Capitol Hill and across the nation begged President Trump to help. But the former president chose not to do what all of those people begged. He refused to tell the mob to leave until 4:17, when he tweeted out a video statement filmed in the Rose Garden, ending with this.
So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
By that time, 2 pipe bombs had been found at locations near the Capitol, including where the vice president-elect was conducting a meeting. Hours of hand-to-hand combat had seriously injured scores of law enforcement officers. The Capitol had been invaded, the electoral count had been halted as members were evacuated. Rioters took the floor of the Senate. They rifled through desks and broke into offices, and they nearly caught up to Vice President Pence. Guns were drawn on the House floor, and a rioter was shot attempting to infiltrate the chamber. We know that a number of rioters intended acts of physical violence against specific elected officials. We know virtually all the rioters were motivated by President Trump's rhetoric that the election had been stolen, and they felt they needed to take their country back. This hearing is principally about what happened inside of the White House that afternoon. From the time when President Trump ended his speech until the moment when he finally told the mob to go home, a span of 187 minutes, more than 3 hours. What you will learn is that President Trump sat in his dining room and watched the attack on television, while his senior-most staff, closest advisors, and family members begged him to do what is expected of any American president. I served proudly for 20 years as an officer in the United States Navy. Veterans of our armed forces know firsthand the leadership that's required in a time of crisis, urgent and decisive action that puts duty and country first. But on January 6th, when lives and our democracy hung in the balance, President Trump refused to act because of his selfish desire to stay in power. And I yield to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Loria. 1 week after the attack, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy acknowledged the simple truth. President Trump should have acted immediately to stop the violence. During our investigation, General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, also remarked on the president's failure to act. Let's hear what they had to say.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump.
Yeah, he's a commander-in-chief. You got an assault going on the Capitol of the United States of America. And there's nothing. No call, nothing, zero.
Like my colleague from Virginia, I'm a veteran. I served in the Air Force and I serve currently in the Air National Guard. I can tell you that General Milley's reaction to President Trump's conduct is 100% correct. And so was Leader McCarthy's. What explains President Trump's behavior? Why did he not take immediate action in a time of crisis? Because President Trump's plan for January 6th was to halt or delay Congress's official proceeding to count the votes. The mob attacking the Capitol quickly caused the evacuation of both the House and the Senate. The count ground to an absolute halt and was ultimately delayed for hours. The mob was accomplishing President Trump's purpose, so of course he didn't intervene. Here's what will be clear by the end of this hearing. President Trump did not fail to act during the 187 minutes between leaving the ellipse and telling the mob to go home. He chose not to act. But there were hundreds that day who honored their oaths and put their lives on the line to protect the people inside the Capitol and to safeguard our democracy. Many of them are here tonight with us, and many more are watching from home. As you already know, and we'll see again tonight, their service and sacrifice shines a bright light on President Trump's dishonor and dereliction of duty. I yield to the Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinzinger. I'd like to begin by welcoming our witnesses this evening. Tonight we're joined by Mr. Matthew Pottinger. Mr. Pottinger is a decorated former Marine intelligence officer who served this nation on tours of duty in Afghanistan and Iraq. He served in the Trump White House from the first day of the administration through the early morning hours of January 7th, 2021. The last role in which he served in the White House was as Deputy National Security Advisor to the President of the United States. We're also joined by Sarah Matthews. Ms. Matthews started her career in communications, working on Capitol Hill, serving on the Republican staffs of several House committees. She then worked as Deputy Press Secretary for President Trump's re-election campaign before joining the Trump White House in June of 2020. She served there as Deputy Press Secretary and Special Assistant to the President until the evening of January 6th, 2021. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated, and let the record reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you both again for being here tonight. Mr. Pottinger, thank you for your service to the nation as well as for joining us this evening. Can you please briefly explain what your responsibilities were as Deputy National Security Advisor to the President?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. When I started at the White House, I was a senior director for Asia on the National Security Council staff. So that was a job that involved helping coordinate the president's Asia policy. I supported the president when he met or interacted with Asian leaders. Later, 2019, I was promoted to the job of Deputy National Security Advisor. In that role, I was the chairman of the Deputies Committee. That's an NSC meeting of all of the deputy cabinet secretaries. We would settle important matters of national policy related to our national security, and we would also tee up options for the president and for his cabinet members. It was, I felt then, as I do now, that it was a privilege to serve in the White House. I'm also very proud of President Trump's foreign policy accomplishments. We were able to finally compete with China. We were also able to broker peace agreements between Israel and 3 Arab states. I mean, those are some examples of the types of policies that I think made our country safer.
Thank you, Mr. Pottinger. And were you in the White House during the attack on the Capitol on January 6th?
For most of the day, I was in the White House, although when the president was speaking at the rally, I was actually off-site at a scheduled meeting with India's ambassador to the United States. The National Security Council staff was not involved in organizing the security for what was a domestic event, the rally, but I did return to the White House at roughly 2:30 p.m.
Thank you, and I know my colleagues will have additional questions for you about that afternoon. Let me turn now to you, Ms. Matthews. How did you come to join President Trump's White House staff?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. As you outlined, I am a lifelong Republican, and I joined the Trump re-election campaign in June of 2019. I was one of the first communications staffers actually on board for his re-election campaign. And during that time, I traveled all around the country and met Kayleigh McEnany, who was also working on his re-election campaign. I worked there for a year, and I formed a close relationship with Ms. McEnany, and she moved over to the White House in April of 2020 to start as White House press secretary, and she brought over a group of campaign staff with her, and so I joined her over at the White House in June of 2020 to start as her deputy.
And were you, Ms. Matthews, at work in the White House on January 6th?
Yes, I was working out of the West Wing that day.
Thank you. And now I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia and the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. As you've seen in our prior hearings, President Trump summoned the mob to D.C. on January 6th. Before he went on stage, he knew some of them were armed and prepared for combat. During his speech, he implored them to march to the Capitol, as he had always planned to do. By the time he walked off the stage, his supporters had already breached the outer perimeter of the Capitol at the foot of Capitol Hill. Since our last hearings, we've received new testimony from a security professional working in the White House complex on January 6th, with access to relevant information and responsibility to report to national security officials. This security official told us that the White House was aware of multiple reports of weapons in the crowd that morning. We as a committee are cognizant of the fear of retribution expressed by certain national security witnesses who have come forward to tell the truth. We've therefore taken steps to protect this national security individual's identity. Listen to this clip from their testimony.
What was the message from the people about this idea of the president to walk to the Capitol?
To be completely honest, we were all in a state of shock.
Because why?
Because it's just, one, I think the actual physical feasibility of doing it, and then also we all knew what that indicated and what that meant. That this was no longer a rally, that this was going to move to something else if he physically walked to the Capitol. I don't know if you want to use the word insurrection, coup, whatever. We all knew that this would move from a normal, democratic, public event into something else.
What was driving that sentiment, considering this part of it, the actual breach of the Capitol hadn't happened yet?
why were we alarmed?
Right.
The president wanted to lead tens of thousands of people to the Capitol. I think that was enough grounds for us to be alarmed.
Even though he understood many of his supporters were armed, the president was still adamant to go to the Capitol when he got off the stage at the Ellipse. But his Secret Service detail was equally determined to not let him go. That led to a heated argument with the detail that delayed the departure of the motorcade to the White House. We have evidence from multiple sources regarding an angry exchange in the presidential SUV, including testimony we will disclose today from 2 witnesses who confirmed that a confrontation occurred. The first witness is a former White House employee with national security responsibilities. After seeing the initial violence at the Capitol on TV, the individual went to see Tony Ornato, the Deputy Chief of Staff in his office. Mr. Ornato was there with Bobby Engel, the president's lead Secret Service agent. This employee told us that Mr. Ornato said that the president was, quote, irate when Mr. Engel refused to drive him to the Capitol. Mr. Engel did not refute what Mr. Ornato said. The second witness is retired Sergeant Mark Robinson of the DC Police Department, who was assigned to the president's motorcade that day. He sat in the lead vehicle with a Secret Service agent responsible for the motorcade, also called the TS agent. Here's how Sergeant Robinson remembered
quiet so you guys can hear the hearing. So,
was there any description of what was occurring in the car?
No, the only description I received was that the president was upset.
I know,
and
right?
that was adamant about going to the Capitol, and there was a heated discussion about that.
And when you say heated, is that your word or is that the word that was described by the TS agent?
No, word described by the TS agent, meaning that the president was upset, and he was saying there was a heated argument or discussion about going to the Capitol.
About how many times would you say you've been part of that motorcade with the president?
Probably over 100 times.
And in that 100 times, have you ever witnessed another discussion of an argument or heated discussion with the president where the president was contradicting where he was supposed to go or what the Secret Service believed was safe?
Isn't that something? Well, this feels great.
Like other witnesses, Sergeant Robinson also testified that he was aware that individuals in the crowd were armed.
Yes, I believe he was on special events channel, and I was monitoring the traffic, and so I could hear some of the units pointing out to individuals that there were individuals along Constitution Avenue that were armed, that were up in the trees, and I can hear the units responding to those individuals. And so there's always a concern when there's a protest in the area.
And like other witnesses, Sergeant Robinson told us that the president still wanted to travel to the Capitol, even after returning to the White House.
I'm all the way in Oklahoma and I can hear the
So at the end of the speech, what was the plan supposed to be?
So at the end of the speech, we do know that while inside the limo, the president was still adamant about going to the Capitol. That's being relayed to me by the TS agent. And so we did park the Ellipse and we responded back to the White House. However, the motorcade, the protest motorcade was placed on standby. And so we were told to stand by on West Exec until they confirmed whether or not the president was going to go to the Capitol. And so I may have waited, I would just estimate maybe 45 minutes to an hour, waiting for Secret Service to make that decision.
The motorcade waited at the White House for more than 45 minutes before being released. The committee is also aware that accounts of the angry confrontation in the presidential SUV have circulated widely among the Secret Service since January 6th. Recent disclosures have also caused the committee to subpoena yet further information from the Secret Service, which we've begun to receive and will continue to assess. The committee is also aware that certain Secret Service witnesses have now retained new private counsel, We anticipate further testimony
Little light
under
show.
oath and other new information in the coming weeks. After the Secret Service refused to take President Trump to the Capitol, he returned to the White House. What you see on the screen is a
Probably
photo
works
of him
pretty good.
inside
You
the
guys can
Oval
hear the
Office
hearing.
immediately after he returned from the rally,
don't
still
have to
wearing
hear
his
me.
overcoat. A White House employee informed the president as soon as he returned to the Oval about the riot at the Capitol. Let me repeat that. Within 15 minutes of leaving the stage, President Trump knew that the Capitol was besieged and under attack. At 1:25, President Trump went to the private dining room off the Oval Office. From 1:25 until 4 o'clock, the president stayed in his dining room. Just to give you a sense of where the dining room is situated in the West Wing, let's take a look at this floor plan. The dining room is connected to the Oval Office by a short hallway. Witnesses told us that on January 6th, President Trump sat in his usual spot, at the head of the table, facing a television hanging on the wall. We know from the employee that the TV was tuned to Fox News all afternoon. Here you can see Fox News on the TV showing coverage of the joint session that was airing that day at 1:25. Other witnesses confirmed that President Trump was in the dining room with the TV on for more than 2.5 hours. There was no official record of what President Trump did while in the dining room. On the screen is the presidential call log from January 6th. As you can see, there's no official record of President Trump receiving or placing a call between 11:06 and 6:54 p.m. As to what the president was doing that afternoon,
All right, I'm back.
the presidential daily diary is also silent. It contains
Hey,
no
Eddie.
information from the
Can you hear
period
me?
between 1:21
Yeah, hold on. Let me
p.m.
hit pause. Get down, everybody.
No, you're fine. I'm not talking.
So I see somebody went in my trash can while I was gone. Was Donnie over here rooting through the trash? Could you see or hear him?
I wasn't watching. Imagine everybody else is. I've been just walking
Little
around
butthead.
and getting ready to storm. So I've just been quiet, walking around, giving everybody
Look at
something
this.
to look at.
Look
And
at-
they've been listening to the hearing.
Hold on, girl. Let me put my picture up. Look at the rib my
Am I
step.
not on? Am I not on camera?
No, because I was gone, buddy. Hold on.
Oh, okay. That's all right. Okay, so
Look at the
so
ribs.
wow.
Yeah, but they were
Okay,
awful.
so
They're
I've
all.
been walking around showing everybody the storm, but they haven't been able to see it. I thought.
Hold on, let me switch it over and I'll show them real quick. Give me a second. Hold on 1 second. Yeah,
Severe thunderstorm warning.
I was you weren't here when I left, so I didn't put Discord on for you.
I was outside having to gather my trash cans and stuff up because the wind blew in at 60 miles an hour.
Okay, now you're up.
Look at this.
Wow.
See stuff blowing out of the trees.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
Donnie was there.
I
Thank you,
being-
Paul.
I was kind of being quiet. Everybody was listening to all the lies over at the cartoon show.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. All right, well, let's get them back to it. So the faster we can get over with this stupid mess, the faster we can get back
Yes.
to
In the meantime, I'll just be quiet and we'll sit here and watch the lightning show.
yeah, the lie show, the
Something
show
else.
of lies. So all right, let
Yeah.
me hit play, guys.
And 4:03 p.m. There are also no photos of President
No,
Trump
you went to
during
the
this
trash. You're
critical
not getting
period
any
between
treats now. No,
1:21
I'm mad
and the
at you.
Oval
No,
Office
go away.
and when he went outside to the Rose Garden after 4 o'clock. The chief White House
I gotta clean up the
photographer
trash.
wanted to take pictures because it was, in her words, very important for his archives and for history. But she was told, quote, no photographs.
Yeah, you
Despite the lack of photos or an
I thought
official
everybody
record,
was able to
we've
hear
learned
me,
what
so I'm
President
walking.
Trump was doing
They're all
while
probably
he
telling me,
was watching
we
TV.
can't see you.
Yeah, hold on one sec. Let me hit pause then, girl. Hold on while you're talking.
Oh, sorry, I'll be quiet.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
No, I was just saying everybody was probably saying, "Grow, we can't see," and I didn't see the chat because I was outside, like I said, gathering stuff up. It was blowing away.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna hit play so we can get this thing over. It wasn't Donnie,
Yeah.
Carol? Are you sure it wasn't Donnie? I went outside and there was trash on his bed out there, so I figured it was him. I'll have to watch the video later and see who it was. All right, here we go. We're hitting play
In
now.
the dining room. But before we get into that, it's important to understand what he never did that day. Let's watch.
So are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Secretary of Defense that day?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Attorney General of the United States that day?
No.
Are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Secretary of Homeland Security that day?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Did you ever hear the President
No.
ask for the National Guard? Did you ever hear the President ask for law enforcement?
He asked for it the day before.
No.
So, as somebody who works in the national security space and with the National Security Council,
It is AC Red.
if there were going to be troops present or called up for a rally in Washington, D.C., for example, is that something that you would have been aware of?
Yeah, I would have.
Do you know if he asked anybody to reach out to any of those that we just listed off? National Guard, DOD, FBI.
No, they won't show the
Homeland
whole
Security,
interview.
Secret Service, Mayor Bowser, the Capitol Police about the situation at the Capitol.
I'm not aware of any of those requests. No, sir.
We have confirmed in numerous interviews with senior law enforcement and military leaders, Vice President Pence's staff and D.C. government officials. None of them, not one, heard from President Trump that day. He did not call to issue orders. He did not call to offer assistance. This week we received additional testimony from yet another witness about why the president didn't make any efforts to quell the attack. The former
They
White House
definitely are,
employee
guys.
with national security responsibilities told us about a conversation with senior advisor Eric Hirschman and Pat Cipollone, the top White House lawyer. This conversation was about a pending call from the Pentagon seeking to coordinate on the response to the attack. Mr. Hirschman turned to Mr. Cipollone and said, the president didn't want to do anything. And so Mr. Cipollone had to take the call himself. So if President Trump wasn't calling law enforcement or military leaders, what did President Trump spend his time doing that afternoon while he first settled into the dining room? He was calling senators to encourage them to delay or object to the certification. Here's Kayleigh McEnany, his press secretary, to explain.
All right, then it says back there, and he wants list of senators. And then he's calling them one by one. Do you know which ones he called?
To the best of my recollection, no. As I say in my notes, he wanted a list of the senators, and I left him.
Carol sticking
at
up
that
for
point.
Donnie.
Because the presidential call log is empty, we do not yet know precisely which senators President Trump was
Well,
calling.
it was underneath my trash can.
But we do know from Rudy Giuliani's phone records that President Trump also called him at 1:39, after he had been told that the riot was underway at the Capitol. Mr. Giuliani was President Trump's lead election attorney. According to the phone records, the president's call with him lasted approximately 4 minutes. Recall that Fox News was on in the dining room. Let's take a look at what was airing as this call was ending.
The president, as we all saw, fired this crowd up. They've all, tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 or more, have gone down to the Capitol or elsewhere in the city, and they're very upset. Now, I jumped down as soon as we heard the news that Brett gave you about Mike Pence. I started talking to these people. I said, what do you think? One woman, an Air Force veteran from Missouri, said she was, quote, disgusted to hear that news and that it was his duty to do
Right,
something.
Andrew?
And I told her, I said, there's nothing in the Constitution unilaterally that Vice President Pence could do. She said, that doesn't matter. He should have fought for Trump.
What's
At
wrong with that?
1:49, here's what was happening at the Capitol with President Trump's fired up.
One person.
We're going to give riot warning. We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
What did President
You notice
Trump
they didn't
do
show
at
where some of the people were
1:49
saying, "Don't
as the
hurt the
DC
cops,
police,
don't hurt the cops."
At the same time, we're declaring a
You
riot
notice
at the Capitol.
that's probably the
As you can
429th
see on the
time they've shown
screen,
that clip.
he tweeted
Yeah.
out a link to the recording of his ellipse speech. This was the same speech in which he knowingly sent an armed mob to the Capitol. But President Trump made no comment about the lawlessness and the violence.
Right, HT Raz?
I yield to the gentleman from Illinois.
The next action President Trump took was to tweet at 2:24 p.m. What happened during the 35 minutes between his
Adam
last
Kinzinger.
tweet at 1:49 and 2:24?
He's gonna cry. He's gonna
Staff
cry.
repeatedly
gonna
came into
cry.
the room to see him and plead
I
that
hear
he
a
make a
baby.
strong public statement condemning the violence and instructing the mob to leave the Capitol. He did not relent until after 4 o'clock when he went out to go to the Rose Garden to film his now infamous go home message. Pat Cipollone was a top White House lawyer. Here's what he told us about his reaction to seeing the violence and his advice throughout the afternoon.
When did you first realize that there was actual violence or rioting?
I first realized that it may have been on television, or it may have been Tony, or it may have been Bill, but I found out that people were, they weren't in the Capitol yet, but they were, and then I started watching it, and, then I was aware.
What specifically
You know.
I think I was pretty clear there needed to be.
See, look, folks, look how they keep.
Forceful.
Look how they keep having to shut it. They stop it and they play it. They stop it and play it. Because he probably said something they didn't want him to say. So they're cutting out the stuff they don't want you to hear. That's why they're calling this a story, folks. It's all just a story, Gra. It's a story.
And they were responding.
Hey, Gra, you're cutting in and out again, bud. You're doing the robot again. Kiss Boy? Is that his new nickname, Kiss Boy? Uh-oh, Gra, did we lose you? I was waiting for Gra to come back. Oh, he left for a second. He'll be right back.
Response statement, public statement that people need to leave the Capitol now.
That's right, Dig. It's
My
a
question is exactly
narrative.
that it sounds like you, from the very onset of violence at the Capitol, right around 2 o'clock, were pushing for a strong statement that people should leave the Capitol. Is that right?
I was, and others were as well.
Pat, you said that you expressed your opinion forcefully. Could you tell us exactly how you did that?
Yeah, I can't. Don't have. I have to. On the privilege issue, I can't talk about conversations with the president, but I can generically say that I said, people need to be told. There needs to be a public announcement.
See, so he just told you he can't tell you the full truth.
They need to leave the Capitol.
If he can't tell you the full truth, then he shouldn't be speaking.
And Pat, could you let us know approximately when you said that?
Approximately when? Almost immediately after I found out people were getting into the Capitol or approaching the Capitol.
What time was that at, though? You're showing all these timelines for everybody else. Give us an exact time.
Discussion with Mark Meadows with respect to his view that the president didn't want to do anything, was somehow resistant to wanting to say something along the lines that you suggest.
And it's not just to be clear, many people suggested it. Not just me. Many people felt the same way.
Right, Digga?
I'm sure I had conversations with Mark about this during the course of the day and expressed my opinion very forcefully.
I guess a lot of people don't like watching this, do they? Oh, so we have 10 people here.
So your advice was tell people to leave the Capitol, and it took over 2 hours when there were subsequent statements made, tweets put forth that in your view were insufficient. Did you continue, Mr. Cipollone, throughout the period of time up until 4/17, continue, you and others, to push for a stronger statement?
Yes.
Were you joined in that effort by Ivanka Trump?
Yes.
By Eric Hershman?
Yes.
By Mark Meadows?
Yes.
You notice how he's answering yes before the question's even been asked?
Statement out to condemn the rioters. I'm confident in that. I'm confident that Ivanka Trump wanted there to be a strong statement to condemn the rioters. I I don't know the
What
private
a
conversation
joke.
she had with Mr. Trump, but I remember when she came to the office one time with White House counsel's office, when she came to the chief of staff's office with White House counsel's office, she was talking about the speech later that day and trying to get her dad on board with saying something that was more direct than he had wanted to at the time and throughout the afternoon.
And I think Mark also I remember him getting Ivanka involved because it's like, get Ivanka down here because he thought that would be important. I don't think Jared was there in the morning, but I think he came later. I remember thinking it was important to get him in there too.
What a joke.
And of course, Pat Philbin, was expressing the same things. I mean, Pat Philbin, was very, as I said, I don't think there was one of these meetings where there might have been, but for the most part, I remember the both of us going down together, going back, getting on phone calls. He was also very clearly expressing this view.
Pat Cipollone and Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Chief of Staff
Both
Mark
liars.
Meadows, also told us about the Hang Mike Pence chants. As you will see, Mr. Cipollone recalled conversations about those chants in the West Wing, but he relied on executive privilege to maintain confidentiality over his and others' direct communications with the president. Although Mr. Cipollone was unwilling to provide more detail, Ms. Hutchison provided more explicit information, filling in those blanks. See that for yourself.
It wasn't until Mark hung up the phone, handed it back to me. I went back to my desk. A couple minutes later, him and Pat came back, possibly Eric Hirschman too. I'm pretty sure Eric Hirschman was there.
Hey, you won. Patriot
But
for the first time.
I'm confident it was Pat that was there. I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung. And Mark had responded something to the effect of, you heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong. To which Pat said something, this is effing crazy. We need to be doing something more. Briefly stepped into Mark's office.
Do you remember any discussion at any point during the day about rioters at the Capitol chanting, "Hang Mike Pence"?
Yes, I remember hearing that about that. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if I observed that myself on TV yet.
I'm just curious. I understand the privilege line you've drawn, but do you remember what you can share with us about the discussion about those chants, the "Hang Mike Pence" chants?
I can tell you my view of that.
Yeah, please.
My view of that is outrageous. And for anyone to suggest such a thing as the Vice President of the United States, for people in that crowd to be chanting that, I thought it was terrible. I thought it was outrageous and wrong. And I expressed that very clearly.
With respect to your conversations with Mr. Meadows, though, did you specifically raise the concern over the Vice President with him, and how did he respond?
I believe I raised a concern about the Vice President, and I again, the nature of his response, without recalling exactly, was people were doing all that they could.
And what about the President? Did he indicate whether he thought the President was doing what needed to be done to protect the Vice President?
That's hearsay again.
You have to assert it. That question.
Call for production. Yeah. Okay. I'm being shut down.
I see.
In addition, Mr. Cipollone testified that it would have been feasible, as commentators on television were suggesting, for President Trump to immediately appear at the podium in the press room to address the nation.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Yes, it would have been possible.
We just heard Mr. Cipollone say that President Trump could have gone to the press briefing room to issue a statement at any moment. To give you a sense of just how easy that would have been, let's take a look at a map of the West Wing. As we saw earlier, the president's private dining room is at the bottom of the map. The press briefing room is at the top, highlighted in blue. And the Rose Garden, where the president ultimately filmed his go home video, is on the right next to the Oval Office, and that's highlighted in green. Ms. Matthews, how quickly could the president have gotten on camera in the press briefing room to deliver a statement to the nation?
So as you outlined, it would take probably less than 60 seconds from the Oval Office dining room over to the press briefing room. And for folks that might not know, the briefing room is the room that you see the White House press secretary do briefings from, with the podium and the blue backdrop.
Who's the lady in the background?
There's
She's
a
got a
camera
resting
that
bitch
is
face.
on in there at all times. And so if the president had wanted to make a statement and address the American people, he could have been on camera almost instantly. And conversely, the White House press corps has offices that are located directly behind the briefing room. And so if he had wanted to make an address from the Oval Office, we could have assembled the White House press corps probably in a matter of minutes to get them into the Oval for him to do an on-camera address.
Thank you. Other witnesses have given us their views on that question. For example, General Keith Kellogg told us that some staff were concerned that a live appearance by the president at the microphones at that moment could actually make matters worse. He told us he recommended against doing a press conference because during his 4 years in the Trump administration, quote, there wasn't a single clean press conference we had had. President Trump's advisors knew his state of mind at that moment, and they were worried about what he would say in unscripted comments.
All right, Gendietta.
Gentlewoman
Have a good
Virginia.
night.
Thank you.
We'll be restreaming live PD tomorrow night on
multiple
Twitch
staff members in
and
the
our
White
Discord.
House recognized that a serious situation was underway at the Capitol. Personally, I recall being evacuated from the House office building.
Give this lady red hair and she'd look like Lois from Family Guy.
Before this time. It was due to the discovery of 2 pipe bombs in nearby buildings. Ms. Matthews, around the same time, you were watching the violence unfold on television and social media with colleagues, including with Ben Williamson, a senior aide to Mark Meadows and the acting director of communications. You told us that before President Trump sent his next tweet at 2:24, Mr. Williamson got up to go see Mr. Meadows, and you got up to go see Kayleigh McEnany. Why did you both do that?
So Ben and I were watching the coverage unfold from one of the offices in the West Wing, and we both recognized that the situation was escalating, and it was
Look how big her
escalating
nostrils
quickly,
are.
and that the president needed to be out there immediately to tell these people to go home and condemn the violence that we were seeing. So I told him that I was going to make that recommendation to Kayleigh, and he said he was going to make the same recommendation to the Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows.
Thank you. And one of your colleagues in the press office, Judd Deere, told us he also went to see Ms. McEnany at that time. Let's hear what he said about this critical period of time, right as the rioters were getting into the Capitol.
I can hear now, Peter, Peter!
And why did you think it was necessary to say something?
Well, I mean, it appears that individuals are storming the U.S. Capitol building. They also appear to be supporters of Donald Trump who may have been in attendance at the rally.
It wasn't possible.
And did you have a view?
The rally wasn't even over yet.
By the White House.
If I recall, I told Kayleigh that I thought that we needed to encourage individuals to stop, to respect law enforcement,
right, Willow?
To go home.
Although President Trump was aware of the ongoing riot, he did not take any immediate action to address the lawlessness. Instead, at 2:03, he called Rudy Giuliani again, and that call lasted for over 8 minutes. Moments later, at 2:13, rioters broke into the Capitol itself. One of the Proud Boys charged with seditious conspiracy Dominic Pizzola, used an officer's shield to smash a window.
He wasn't a Proud Boy for more than 2 weeks. He had just joined. He wasn't a real Proud Boy. He was in the vetting stages.
As rioters were entering the building, the Secret Service held Vice President Pence in his office right off the Senate chamber
I agree,
for 13
Willow. They make me
minutes
sick.
as they worked to clear a safe path to a secure location. Now listen to some of that radio traffic and see what they were seeing as the protesters got just feet away from where the Vice President was holding.
Hold! They entered the building! Hold! Open the door up. Remember, we need to move now. Copy. If we lose any more time, we may lose the ability to leave. So if we're going to leave, we need to do it now.
They gained access to the second floor, and I've got public about 5 feet from me down here below.
Okay, copy. They are on the second floor, moving in now. We may want to consider getting out and leaving now. Copy.
Will we encounter the people once we make our way?
Repeat.
Encounter any individuals if we made our way to the.
There's 6 officers between us and the people that are 5 to 10 feet away from me.
Stand by, I'm going down to evaluate.
Go ahead.
We have a clear shot if we move quickly. We got smoke downstairs set by unknown smoke set downstairs by the protesters.
Is that route compromised?
We have this is secure. However, we will bypass some protesters that are being contained. There is smoke, unknown what kind of smoke it is. Copy.
Clear, we're coming out now. All right, make a way.
They sure are talking pretty calmly if for all this stuff
that's
going
National
on.
Security Council staff was listening
That could have
to these
been made later
developments
on.
and tracking them in real time. On the screen, you can see excerpts from the chat logs among the President's National Security Council staff. At 2:13, the staff learned that the rioters were kicking in the windows at the Capitol. 3 minutes later, the staff said the Vice President was being pulled, which meant agents evacuated him from the Senate floor. At 2:24, the staff noted that the Secret Service agents at the Capitol did not, quote, sound good right now. Earlier, you heard from a security professional who had been working in the White House complex on January 6th with access to relevant information and a responsibility to report to national security officials. We asked this person, what was meant by the comment that the Secret Service agents did not, quote, sound good right now? In the following clip of that testimony, which has been modified to protect the individual's identity, the professional discusses what they heard from listening to the incoming radio traffic.
See, this will not be allowed in court. You cannot hide the identity of an accuser in court.
That last entry in this page of service, the Capitol does not sound good right now.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Hey, what's up, Andy? Hope you're feeling better.
The members of the VP detail at this time were starting to fear for their own lives. There was a lot of yelling, a lot of very personal calls over the radio. So it was disturbing. I don't like talking about it, but there were calls.
Oh, he doesn't like talking about it.
Say goodbye to family members, so on and so forth. It was getting, for whatever the reason was on the ground, the VP detail thought that this was about to get very ugly.
Hold on, girl. I can't hear you at all. What's that?
I said, oh, he's going to cry.
Oh, yeah, isn't he?
I thought I heard a baby crying.
That's so cute.
And did you hear that over the radio? Okay. What was the response by the Secret Service agents who were there?
Everybody kept saying, at that point it was just reassurances, or I think there were discussions of reinforcements coming, but again, it was just chaos. They were just yelling.
Obviously, for me, that's disturbing, but what prompted you to put it into an entry? as it states there, service to the
If
Capitol.
they're running out of options and they're getting nervous, it sounds like that we came very close to either service having to use lethal options or worse. Like at that point, I don't know. Is the VP compromised? Is the detail I don't know. Like we didn't have visibility, but it doesn't. If they're screaming and saying things like "say goodbye to the family," like the floor needs to know this is going to a whole nother level soon.
As this next video shows, the rioters' anger was focused primarily on Vice President Mike Pence.
This woman comes up to the side of us and she says, "Pence folded." So it was kind of like, okay, well, in my mind, I was thinking, well, that's it, you know. Well, my son-in-law looks at me and he says, "I want to go in."
What percentage of the crowd is going to the Capitol?
100%. It is spread like wildfire that Pence has betrayed us and everybody's marching on the Capitol. All a million of us. It's insane.
Did people appear angry as you were walking into the Capitol?
All million
Yeah, a lot of
us. Earlier, she said, he said all million of us. Earlier, she said tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 people.
Yeah.
Which is it? Come on, right?
Yeah, which way is it going?
Get your fake shit straight. Come on.
Yeah.
A lot of people seem like they're very upset.
Tell us some of the things they were saying, if you recall.
Oh, they were saying all types. You know, people were screaming all types of stuff. They were mad that Vice President Pence was going to accept the electorals. I mean, it was a little. If you could think it up, you were hearing it.
I believe that Vice President Pence was going to certify the electoral votes or not certify them, but I guess that's just changed, correct? And it's a very big disappointment. I think there's several 100,000 people here that are very disappointed.
I was very disappointed, I'm not going to lie.
President Trump did not try to call
the guy
his
said,
thousands
if
of
you can pick it
disappointment.
up, you were hearing it.
What's that?
Sorry. The guy just said, if you can think it up, you were hearing it. He just said that.
Oh, I missed that one.
He just said it.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the little Barney haircut. Yeah.
Appointed supporters. Instead, at almost the same moment violence was getting completely out of hand, Donald Trump sent his 224 tweet. The president said, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. Despite knowing the Capitol had been breached and the mob was in the building, President Trump called Mike Pence a coward and placed all the blame on him for not stopping the certification. He put a target on his own vice president's back. Mr. Pottinger and Ms. Matthews, when we ask you about your reaction to seeing the 224 tweet in real time, you both used the same imagery to describe it. President Trump was adding fuel to the fire. Mr. Pottinger, you made the decision to resign after seeing this tweet. Can you please tell us why?
Right, Willow?
Yes. So that was pretty soon after or shortly before I'd gotten back to the White House. I'd come from off-site. I began to see for the first time those images on TV of the chaos that was unfolding at the Capitol. One of my aides handed me a sheet of paper that contained the tweet that you just read. I read it and was quite disturbed by it. I was disturbed and worried to see that the president was attacking Vice President Pence for doing his constitutional duty.
Dude, this guy has
So
the
tweet
same
looked to
eyes
me
as
like the opposite of
Beetlejuice.
what we really needed at that moment, which was a de-escalation. And
What's that Sagittarius
that's why I had said earlier that it looked like fuel being poured on the fire. So that was the moment that I decided that I was going to resign, that would be my last day at the White House. I simply didn't want to be associated with the events that were unfolding on the Capitol.
Thank you. And Ms. Matthews, what was your reaction to the president's tweet about Vice President Pence?
So it was obvious that the situation at the Capitol was violent and escalating quickly. And so I thought that the tweet about the vice president was the last thing that was needed in that moment. And I remember thinking that this was going to be bad for him to tweet this, because it was essentially him giving the green light to these people, telling them that what they were doing at the steps of the Capitol and entering the Capitol was okay, that they were justified in their anger. And he shouldn't have been doing that. He should have been telling these people to go home and to leave and to condemn the violence that we were seeing. And I'm someone who has worked with him. You know, I worked on the campaign, traveled all around the country, going to countless rallies with him. And I've seen the impact that his words have on his supporters. They truly latch on to every word and every tweet that he says. And so I think that in that moment, for him to tweet out the message about Mike Pence, it was him pouring gasoline on the fire and making it much worse.
Thank you both.
Oh, they won't, Ronnie.
Let's watch what others also told us about their reactions to this tweet.
I don't remember when exactly I heard about that tweet, but my reaction to it is that's a terrible tweet, and I disagreed with the sentiment, and I thought it was wrong. What was your reaction?
Hurt his feelings.
What's that, Crow?
Hurt his feelings. It hurt his feelings.
Oh, yeah, always.
He felt that it was wrong.
Who cares if you feel if it's wrong or not? I mean, it's just a freaking, you know.
Unhelpful.
It's your feelings. Shut up.
It's your feelings. It's about your feelings.
It wasn't the message that we needed at that time.
Looks like a bird could perch on it. They're talking about the girl's nose. Both of the girls on tonight, they have big ass noses and big old nostrils.
The scenes at the U.S. Capitol
I love
were
a woman
only
with the big nose.
worse at that point. This was
You
not
do.
going to help that.
We're concerned it made it worse.
Certainly.
Ms. Hutchinson, what was your reaction when you saw this tweet?
As a staffer that works
How did it make
to always
you feel?
represent the administration
Shut up.
to the best of my ability and to showcase the good things that he had done for the country, I remember feeling frustrated, disappointed, and really, it felt personal. I was really sad. As an American, I was disgusted.
Redonkulous,
It was
yeah.
unpatriotic. It was un-American. We were watching the Capitol building get defaced over a lie.
Okay, folks, real quick, I gotta let something be known. I'm not 100% sure on this, right? But if you notice, whenever somebody's being interviewed when it's on video, their lawyers are sitting right next to them. When they are live in person on the chambers, do you see their lawyers anywhere? Do you really think their lawyers would let them get up there and speak like that and answer questions when the lawyers don't know what the questions are going to be coming out? So, and me being the person that I am, this tells me, this is what I think, and this is what tells me this. I think that they already have all the questions. The committee already has the answers to the questions, right? And that's why they're doing it live like this. Because there's no way in hell my lawyer would let me sit up there without him next to me to tell me when to shut the fuck up. What do you think, Rob?
And right along those lines, let me ask you another serious question, and everyone in the chat. Do you think that these people, when they confronted this lady, for example, may have told to her in some respect, if you testify for us, we guarantee you will not be prosecuted. In other words, we give you immunity for your testimony. In other words, you
quite
cannot,
possibly.
you cannot what's the word I'm looking for? You cannot say something that makes you guilty. What's the word I'm looking for? You cannot something yourself. What is it?
Oh my gosh, why can't I think of it now? You cannot
Yeah, you know what I'm saying though. Yeah.
Yeah,
you can't be held accountable.
Yes, that's
You're
it.
immune.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Absolutely.
As you will see, at 2:26, the vice president had to be evacuated to safety a second time and came within 40 feet of the rioters. The attack escalated quickly right after the tweet.
You notice how they're not showing when the cops are opening the doors for him. They only show
During
real
this
quick little
chaos,
tiny clips.
What did President Trump do at that point? He went back to calling senators to try to further delay the electoral count. While the vice president was being evacuated from the Senate, President Trump called Senator Tommy Tuberville, one of his strongest supporters in the Senate. As Senator Tuberville later recalled, he had to end the call so that he could evacuate the Senate chamber himself. Let's listen.
He didn't call my phone, called somebody else, and they handed it to me, and I basically told him, I said, Mr. President, we're not doing much work here right now because they just took our vice president out, and matter of fact, I'm gonna have to hang up on you. I've got to leave.
Senator Josh Hawley also had to flee. Earlier that afternoon, before the joint session started, he walked across the east front of the Capitol. As you can see in this photo, he raised his fist in solidarity with the protesters already amassing at the security gates. We spoke with a Capitol police officer who was out there at the time. She told us that Senator Hawley's gesture riled up the crowd, and it bothered her greatly because he was doing it in a safe space, protected by the officers and the barriers. Later that day, Senator Hawley fled.
I thought they weren't enough officers. Hold on.
Huh?
Protected by the officers. I'm sorry, I thought that she's saying there wasn't enough officers, but he was protected. No, okay, can't have it both ways. The cops were overwhelmed, but all of a sudden there's enough for him.
Yeah.
How can you have it both ways? He was protected, but the cops were overwhelmed.
Oh, of course. Let's see. Yeah, the cops were definitely overwhelmed.
Those protesters he helped to rile up stormed the Capitol. See for yourself.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I don't see anybody else but this person.
Yeah, one guy went into the hall.
Think about what we've seen. Undeniable violence at the Capitol. The vice president being evacuated to safety by the Secret Service. Senators running through the hallways of the Senate to get away from the mob. As the commander-in-chief, President Trump was oath and duty bound to protect the Capitol. His senior staff understood that.
Do you believe, Jared, that the president has an obligation to ensure a peaceful transfer of power?
Yes.
And do you think the president has an obligation to defend all three branches of our government?
No, they didn't care about that at all, Andy.
I believe
Andy,
so.
what are you talking about?
And I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct?
No, I mean, I asked what his duty is.
Well, I mean, there's a constitutional duty. What he has, he's the commander-in-chief. And that was that was my biggest issue with him as National Security Advisor.
Rather than uphold his duty to the Constitution, President Trump allowed the mob to achieve the delay that he hoped would keep him in power. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. I request that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members and witnesses from the room. I now declare the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
You know, they keep saying 10 minutes, but every time it takes them more than 10 minutes.
And with that,
let's see, we'll fast forward because we were behind a little bit.
They have a different clock. Their clock's different than ours.
Yeah,
obviously.
I think so.
I will also
I
say
think so.
there isn't a lot here that.
I think so. These.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, these assholes. These assholes. Well, let's go. You know what? Let's get back to this other court hearing here. We'll watch this court hearing real quick. It's our favorite judge.
In doing so, we encountered.
And I'll keep an eye on the other one
inside the room, along with the other items that were found.
Right, Andy? Andy, you're
What
totally
narcotics were located on Mr. Boyd's person when he was...
So you were here earlier, Grog. These two people, they got they're arrested. They both have like felons with a gun. They're arrested together. So, and this lady here, the detective, she's wearing a mask. I'm guessing it's because she's probably an undercover detective, so she can't show her face. That's what I'm guessing. But even at that, they still show her real voice. They're still playing her real voice. Unlike the January 6th hearings where they're not showing their real voice.
Taken out of the minivan.
He had less than an ounce of marijuana on his person.
And Detective, how were you able to determine that that was marijuana?
The green leafy substance.
Well, Your Honor, we smoked it and it was really bad shit.
Tested.
Yeah, so
in
if it was
your
good, we would've let
years
him
of
go.
work with the police department, have you had occasion to make arrests regarding marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you received training on the recognition of marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on your training and experience, the material that was located on Mr. Boyd, did that appear to be marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
At least we can watch something good.
After getting Mr. Boyd out of the minivan, were you all able to
think so,
determine
Andy?
who the minivan belonged to?
The minivan belongs to somebody else that was there on scene with him.
After getting Mr. Boyd out of the minivan, did you all then go to room 136?
Yes, ma'am.
Andy.
Was anyone located in that room?
Yes, Miss Tiffany Simmons.
What happened once you all entered that room?
Miss Simmons took a minute to come to the door. She didn't open it
that's
as soon as the marshals made contact. They did end up partially breaching through the window because she wouldn't open the door. And then she was taken into custody and then a search commenced of the room.
Was Miss Simmons the only other person in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
What items were located inside of the hotel room?
Inside of the hotel room, there was 34.47 grams of suspected marijuana in a clear mason jar on the bed. There was a Taurus 9mm handgun located on the bed. There was I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it was another 9mm handgun, SCCY handgun, located also next to in a clear container in the room. The registration and everything who the room registered to, all that stuff was also inside the room. We located a .22 caliber revolver
so 3
in
guns.
the side table, another 21.58 grams of marijuana in a Runts bag. And then that's pretty much it for the illegal things that were in the room.
So now, is this a replay or is this they're going over the details again? We probably heard this in arraignment, and now this is what sentencing or something.
This is the hearing. This is their actual hearing or preliminary hearing.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a preliminary hearing.
Because I remember those stats early, and that was probably when before.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Maybe this is the same one we saw from yesterday. Because this is the preliminary hearing now. That was their bond hearing. Now we're at the preliminary hearing. That's what I think.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Because I remember those same stats, and I thought, no, this is not the same one. But
yeah.
Any items in the room that you could determine belong to Mr. Boyd, like any personal items of his?
Oh, there was plenty of personal items that they've been living in that room for a while. All kind of stuff, paperwork, identification, documentation, all kind of personal items, tattoo kits that he had, all kind of stuff.
Be the
inside of that room.
This must be the Georgia version of the Blue Door Motel from Richland Hills.
Mr. Boyd and Miss Simmons in that room.
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Were you able to run a criminal history check on Miss Simmons?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you
They're
learn?
coming back now. It looks like.
Miss Simmons is also a convicted felon.
Did you run a criminal history on Mr. Boyd?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you learn about Mr. Boyd?
Mr. Boyd is also a convicted felon.
Did Mr. Boyd make items that were found?
When initial.
All right. Well, we'll watch this after the January. We'll finish watching this after the
hearing,
January
but right
6th.
now, let's go back to the committee's vice chair, Congresswoman
Let's hear this joke again.
Liz Cheney, as the members of the committee take their seats.
Yeah.
The committee will be in order. I now recognize the gentleman from Illinois.
Liz Cheney Comedy Hour.
Hey, you know what, Gra? Somebody had mentioned it earlier about a gentle person capable of having babies. You know, when are they going to stop saying the gentlewoman in Congress? I can't wait to hear the first time they say, yeah, to the gentle person who can have babies.
The gentle person, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
We should file a complaint. Where do we file a complaint about that?
Yeah, you know what, we should. We should definitely file a complaint. I think we'll find the form, and everybody can start emailing their congressperson and say, you know what, I'm offended by them saying gentlewoman. They need to say gentle birthing person. Birthing person, that's it. They need to say gentle birthing person.
Left at the recess just after President Trump's 224 tweet attacking the vice president. By this time, the president had been in his dining room for an hour.
You're no longer going to be in your
what
seat,
you
sir.
would have done if you were in his shoes and had the power to end the violence. You would have immediately and forcefully told the
Oh, did Drunk
rioters
Uncle
to
show up?
stop and leave. Like, stop and leave.
What's up, Drunk
Done.
Uncle?
As you heard, that's exactly
Hold
what
on,
a
let me
senior
get you
staff
on the
had been
screen here.
urging him to do. But he resisted, and he kept resisting for another almost 2 hours.
We're watching this
In the
shit show for a
meantime,
little
all
bit.
the president did was post 2 tweets. One at 2:38, and the other at 3:13. One said, quote, "Stay peaceful." The other said, quote,
Whoa, is Drunk
"Remain
Uncle wearing glasses today?
But the president already knew that the mob was attacking the police and had invaded the Capitol. Neither tweet condemned the violence or told the mob to leave the Capitol and disperse. To appreciate how obvious it was that President Trump was
You got a new
not
symbol
meeting
next
this
to your name.
moment, it's helpful to look at the real-time reactions of his own son, Don Jr., to the first tweet.
Oh, wow.
Maybe that's
captured in a series of
means 1
text
year.
messages with
I don't
Clark
know.
Meadows. I'll warn the audience that these messages contain some strong language.
Oh no, strong
As
language.
you can see, Don Jr. first texted Mr. Meadows at 2:53. He wrote, "He's got to condemn this shit ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough." Mr. Meadows replied, "I am pushing it hard. I agree."
That's what she
Don
said.
Jr. responded, "This is one you go to the mattresses on. They will try to fuck his entire legacy if it gets worse."
Ooh, I hope they beep
Here's
that
what
out.
Don Jr. told us he meant by "go to the mattresses."
At 2:58, when you say that that Mr. Meadows needs to go to the mattresses on this issue, when you say go to the mattresses, what does that mean?
It's just a reference for going all in. I think it's a Godfather reference.
Sean
naughty
Hannity agreed,
words.
and he also turned to
Right.
Mark Meadows for help after the president's second tweet.
Bullshit.
As you can see, Mr. Hannity texted at 3:31 to say Trump needed to deliver a statement to the nation telling the rioters to leave the Capitol.
Look at that. He's
Mr.
lying.
Meadows responded that he was, quote,
Go
on
to
it.
the mattress is a wrestling reference. Am I not right, Drunk? Go
not
to
sure.
the mat. Go to the mattress. Go to the mat. That's a wrestling reference.
Might be,
Bullshit.
yeah.
What did he say it was? That was a lie. Bullshit.
But also, he just said, Sean Hannity said, or told President Trump he needed to make a statement in this text, or text, right? The text doesn't say that. The text says, can he make a statement? It doesn't say he needs to make a statement. Oh my gosh.
They read it the way they want to. It's a Godfather reference. That's bullshit. It's a wrestling reference. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would think that take it to the mat would not only mean, wrestling or combat, but means you do it sanctioned. You do it the right way. Instead of fighting on the street, you take it to the mat where you got a referee.
I don't know. I think we're all looking too much into it. I don't know.
It's not a Godfather reference. That's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's what Donald Trump Jr. said, though. So that's all he said.
Jr. and Sean Hannity were not the only ones who implored Mr. Meadows to get the president to speak to the nation and tell the mob to leave, to go home. Go home. Throughout the attack, Mr. Meadows received texts from Republican members of Congress,
What's up, Paulie?
from current and former Trump administration officials, from media personalities, and from friends. Like President Trump's staff, they knew President Trump had to speak publicly to get the mob to stop. Let's look at just a few of these text messages. Fox News personality Laura Ingraham said, "The president needs to tell the people in the Capitol to go home." Former Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney urged Mark, he needs to stop this now. Fox News personality Brian Kilmeade said, "Please get him on TV."
Now, they're not actually showing real text. They're just showing, like what anybody could have typed up on a piece of paper here. So it's kind of hard to believe this,
Destroying everything that you guys have accomplished. When we interviewed White House counsel Pat Cipollone, he told us that he knew the president's 2 tweets were not enough. Let's listen to what he said.
I think the question is, did you believe that the tweets were not anything about your advice to the president?
No, I believe more needed to be done. Okay? I believed that a public statement needed to be made.
When you talk about...
Now, you notice how they right away cut it off, right? There was no space in between the time he ended his sentence and stupid-ass Cheney asked the next question. You know why that is? Because they didn't let him... they cut the video off because he must have said something next that they didn't like. Did you notice that, guys?
Selective editing.
Yeah, as a video editor, I noticed this shit. Watch.
No, I believe more needed to be done.
Watch. Okay?
I believed that a public statement needed to be made.
When you...
See how quickly... He was looking forward. Now, all of a sudden, within less than a second, he turns left? No, that's not true.
Okay. I believed that a public statement...
He's looking forward.
When you...
And now look how quickly... You can't turn your head that quick. He said something that they didn't want them to hear. Just saying. You guys see that?
Yes.
Talk about...
no, Donnie, you're not getting...
Others on the staff.
You know why Donnie's whining? I'll show you, drunk uncle. My stepdad made... I'll show you real quick. My stepdad made barbecue today. He did ribs. Look at his rib.
Not only did that guy's head turn, but the guy sitting next to him went from looking straight forward to looking down.
Oh, did he? Oh, wow. I'll have to look at that too. Look at these ribs.
Wow. Is that just one big bone?
Yeah, that's the one rib. There was another rib right here, but I was eating part of it. He bought it from Sam's Club though, and that's Walmart meat, and it wasn't very good. We both didn't like it.
Yeah, I haven't seen ribs that big before.
Yeah, they're beef ribs. You know what it's like? Wait, you know who I feel like right now? I'm Fred Flintstone, right? You knew where I was going. I'm Fred Flintstone.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Tip over your
my car.
Car.
Yeah.
Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones.
They're the modern Stone Age family. Come now, down the bedrock. Can you tell that was one of my favorite cartoons as a kid? That and the Jetsons. I am not. You don't know. You broke into the trash. You're in trouble. I go inside and he took trash.
Are you sure it was Donnie that got in the trash?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you checked the video?
I did it, but it was underneath my seat. But all the trash is only on the pillow that only he goes to, outside.
All right, on.
So that, and it's always him. Yeah. Oh wait, should we play a drinking game? Judy Campbell brought up Crown Royal. I got some Crown Royal here. Hell, why not? I would say we drink every time they lie, but then we'd be drunk in the next 2 seconds.
Are you kidding? No. Can't do that.
How about we drink every time they say insurrection?
I already heard that they that the main guy, not the main, the guy that sits in the center that does most of the talking. I guess he's got the COVID too.
Yeah, they said he got corona, and he said, I am fully vaccinated with all the boosters, and I got corona.
Yeah. But he also...
That's why. That's why.
And that's that's just an opinion, YouTube. Don't, you know what Gra just said. Don't kick us off.
The opinions voiced here on the Eddie Block Show are that of the participants only and not of the show.
And this is all for satire and education. This is just a joke, folks. Just a joke, just like the hearing.
And by the way, fuck you, YouTube.
Fuck you, YouTube.
But he said that, officers were killed that day. And so when I know you're just outright lying, like I can deal with a little bit of ignorance, but he knows good and damn well no officers died that day. A police officer may have died that day, but they weren't in D.C. They could have been in Hawaii or California. Maybe a police officer died on January 6th, but not at that location.
Well, that's how they get away with it, They know some officer died, somebody died in another state somewhere, yeah. So that's how.
I think there was
I'm not lying.
One in Hawaii. There was another one in New Jersey.
Yeah,
And if you can't find that criteria, I'm sure one in France or something or Italy,
Only two people that died that day were Ashley Babbitt and who?
Roseanne Boylan.
That's right, y'all. Don't forget Roseanne.
And that he could have said, though, drunk. He could have been like, yeah, well, this officer who's been retired for 32 years from the New York Police Department died that day. I'm not lying. He died that day.
Have y'all heard the rumors that supposedly Ashley Babbitt was trying to get away from the people on the side of the door that she was with, and that's why she crawled through?
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I'm starting to hear that little bit more.
No, I haven't heard that at all.
She wasn't about that life, and they started smashing in stuff, and she wanted to get away from them. Supposedly, I guess you could find some video or somebody that was close that was saying something talking to the officers, saying get me away from them or something.
Oh wow, no, I haven't heard that at all. I haven't. But I mean,
I can't remember where I've heard that from, but I've heard that around the campfire.
Okay. Well, we hear stuff. Who knows? It could be true, could be not.
Thinking more should be done, or thinking that the president needed to tell people to go home. Who would you put in that category?
Well, I would put Pat Philbin, Eric Hirschman, overall Mark Meadows, Ivanka, once Jared got there, Jared, General Kellogg. I'm probably missing some, but those.
Yeah,
Kaylee, I think
I don't know Lillian.
was there, but I don't. Dan Scavino.
And who on the staff did not want people to leave the Capitol?
On the staff?
In the White House, how about?
I can't think of anybody, on that day who didn't want people to get out of the the Capitol once the, particularly once the violence started. No. I mean,
what about the president?
Yeah.
she said the staff. So I answered.
No, I said in the White House.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you said who else on the staff. I can't reveal communications, but obviously I think,
Biden shithead there. Has he got COVID too?
Who?
Shifty Shift.
No, he's there.
Yeah.
He's on the line.
Looked like he was on a webcam.
Let's pause on that last statement.
Oh, that was maybe
Although
from that.
Pat
This was
Cipollone is being careful about
recorded
executive privilege,
stuff.
There really is no ambiguity about what he said. Almost everybody wanted President Trump to instruct the mob to disperse. President Trump refused. To understand how inadequate the president's tweets were, let's examine his 238 tweet in more detail. For context, here's what was happening at that time.
Great, they're going to show us more of the same video.
Yeah, let's show what he's here.
They broke the glass? Everybody stay down! Get down!
Doors barricade. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
We were just told that
Hope is coming
there
in.
has been tear gas in the rotunda, and we're being instructed to each of us get a gas mask.
We went from a peaceful protest,
I
and
can
this
hear
is
you.
a very dangerous situation right now.
Hold on.
That there
Hold on a
are-
second. Hold on.
I'm
Hold
being
on. Hold on.
told-
What's that, drunk?
I guess you got some settings pulled up on my screen there.
Oh, do I? Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go. Oh, shit.
Just want to let you know so everybody can see my cool T-shirt.
There you
Got
go.
a compliment.
No, earlier, I'm watching the audio meters, and you were like going way the hell up high, so I had to turn it down. Drunk just wants to show his ass to everybody. What does it say on the back?
It doesn't say anything, but this is the reason why I got compliments on it. Let's see if I can. How am I going to do this? You see the bottom?
Yeah, it looks like a set of balls.
Yeah. Well, it's a wrench, but when you see it, it looks like there's twig and berries.
Ah, there you go. Great. Breaking news: Joe Biden develops explosive diarrhea.
There you go.
Hold on, I can't see it. Hold on, let me go back. Oh, there you go. We don't want to see you without your shirt on.
Well, I'm out of the camera.
There we go.
These protesters on the inside are around both chambers, and there is now tear gas inside the Capitol rotunda. In fact, members locked in the House are being instructed to put on masks.
Oh no!
Ms. Matthews, after President Trump's tweet about Vice President Pence, you told us you spoke to immediately. You spoke to Kayleigh McEnany. What did you tell her, and where did she go afterwards?
Lillian wants to see you drunk, or see you naked, drunk.
After the tweet about the vice president, I
do that
found
on YouTube.
Kayleigh and told her that I thought the president needed to immediately send out a tweet that condemned the violence that we were seeing, and that there needed to be a call to action to tell these people to leave the Capitol.
Dude, I'm so if I ever walked up to this lady, on my scooter, I'm so short, I could see straight into her brain with those big ass nostrils she has. I'm just saying.
And
right? I mean, look how big her freaking nose holes are. Those things are like, they're almost as big as the guy's ears behind her. Sorry, I got to make fun of some people tonight. That's the only way we're gonna have fun.
She agreed and walked over to the Oval dining room.
Maybe she likes her cocaine.
Oh,
She's got that little Porky Pig nose. There's nothing wrong with that little Porky Pig nose.
No, but look how big the holes are.
I know, but okay, ladies, cover your ears. You know why you like a girl with a big nose, right?
No, why is that?
She can give you oral and anal at the same time. Two, three, four.
Oh my gosh! Wow. Okay.
She can give you a blowjob and stick her nose up your ass at the same time.
Oh man.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's not as funny when you have to explain it.
No, I got it right away. I just
Sorry, lady.
No. Wow.
Okay. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. No. Please put me in time. I'll just mute myself.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
I got that from Easy Rider magazine.
So does that
read
mean?
the joke?
Does that? I'm not. You know what? I'm not even gonna ask the question I was gonna ask. Never mind. Whoa.
No, ask it. See, now you have to. People are like, no, you have to ask it now.
Well, are you trying to say that you are not very well developed, or that she can deep throat? Which way are you? What are you trying to say there, Rob?
Yeah. Well, she can give you oral, and she's got a big nose.
Okay. Oh, okay. You're just commenting on how big her nose. Okay, I get it now. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
And the president.
We interviewed Ms. McEnany.
Do like a pivot.
A pivot.
We interrupt this program for.
We interrupt this program for turning Eddie's face red. How red am I right now? Holy shit. Wow. Graw. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, Hope. Have Hope put me in timeout.
Hope, will you put Graw in timeout?
And others who were in the dining room with the president, urging him to put out a statement. Ms. Matthews, Ms. McEnany told us she came right back to the press office after meeting with the president about this particular tweet. What did she tell you about what happened in that dining room?
When she got back, she told me that a tweet had been sent out, and I told her that I thought the tweet did not go far enough, that I thought there needed to be a call to action and he needed to condemn the violence. And we were in a room full of people, but people weren't paying attention, and so she looked directly at me and in a hushed tone shared with me that the president did not want to include any sort of mention.
She was the assistant to the press secretary or some shit like that. I don't know.
think she's kind of hot myself. I'm just saying.
Oh, I mean, she's good looking. Yeah, she's good looking, but I'm just looking at her. I'm just trying to find something wrong with her. Her nose she got big holes in her nose. That's all I'm saying. You know, just saying.
Tweet.
Maybe into a little something more kinky than we know of.
Maybe. You never know. Maybe.
The assistant to the assistant to the press secretary? Like, are we talking about like some office, the office stuff?
I don't know exactly, Drunk Uncle. Let me wait till they see one. Hopefully they'll post her name up again, and then it'll say.
Basically, I'm saying she's in no position to be.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, Hope is. I guarantee Hope is researching who she is right now. So.
You think so? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Convincing on their part, those who were in the room, and she said that there was a back and forth, going over different phrases to find something that he was comfortable with. And it wasn't until Ivanka Trump suggested the phrase "stay peaceful" that he finally agreed to include it.
Greg, you said she got 5 holes.
The president resisted writing "stay peaceful" in a tweet. He told Mark Meadows that the rioters were doing what they should be doing, and the rioters understood they were doing what President Trump...
Huh? What's that?
7 holes.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Wanted them to
okay,
do.
now we're just
President Trump.
Right.
What's that?
I got extra.
Okay.
Well, you got pierced ears, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's you in the 7-hole club. Or however many, whatever. But you got another one hiding somewhere.
I'm not commenting. I'm not commenting.
Trump's message was heard
I'm not going to
clearly
comment.
by Stop the Steal organizer Ali Alexander. At 2:38, he told another organizer, quote, "POTUS is not ignorant of what his words would do." Rioters storming the Capitol also heard President Trump's message. In this video, you'll see surveillance footage from the rotunda that shows a group of Oath Keepers, including Jessica Watkins, who's been charged with seditious conspiracy. You'll hear her walkie-talkie communications with others as they share intelligence and communicate about President Trump's 2:38 tweet in real time. Again, we warn the audience that this clip also contains strong language.
CNN just said that they evacuated all members of Congress into a safety room.
There's no safe place in the United States for any of these motherfuckers right now, let me tell you.
I hope they understand that we are not joking around.
Military Principle 105. Military Principle 105. Cave means grave.
Trump just tweeted, please support our Capitol Police. They are on our side. Do not harm them.
That's saying a lot by what he didn't say. He didn't say not to do anything to the congressman.
Well, he did not ask them to stand down. He just said, stand by the Capitol Police. They are on our side and they are good people. So it's getting real down there. I got it on TV and it's looking pretty friggin' radical to me. CNN
Those guys
said Trump is egging this on, that he is egging.
Yes.
Those guys read a lot into what, you know what, here's what he didn't say. Well, you know, he also didn't say that your old lady's a whore. But is she? You see what, yeah, and they're like, here's what he didn't say. Yeah, they support your police, but didn't say nothing about, support your congressman. Here's what he didn't say. Yeah. That's bullshit.
Well,
it's bullshit.
I was gonna wait till they're all done, but here's the other point. They're trying to say that these were people that were part of it. These are just people in their own homes. Who gives a shit about what somebody sitting on their fucking couch is saying? They're not there right now. This is just people in some voice chat room is all it is. That's all. He even heard it. It's getting crazy down there because they're not there. They don't know what the fuck's going on. So why are they playing these people's opinions? It's just stupid.
It on. And that he is watching the country burn 2 weeks before he leaves office. He is not leaving office. I don't give a shit what they say.
We are in the mezzanine. We are in the main dome right now. We are rocking it. They're throwing grenades. They're freaking shooting people with paintballs, but we're in here.
Be safe, be safe. God bless and Godspeed and keep going.
Get it, Jess. Do your shit. This is what we fucking lived up for. Everything we fucking trained for.
Took over the Capitol. Overran the Capitol. We're in the fucking Capitol, bro.
We've now seen how President Trump's supporters reacted to his tweets. Mr. Pottinger, you told us
you got him? Okay, cool.
That you consider the tweets sent to this point to be, quote, wholly inadequate given the urgency of the crisis. What, in your view, would have been
Good
needed?
job, Graw. That was quick.
Yeah, it was insufficient. I think what you could count me among those who was hoping to see an unequivocal, strong statement clearing out the Capitol, telling people to stand down, leave, go home. I think that's what we were hoping for.
So something a lot more kind of definitive and not ambiguous. Because he has that power over his folks. Ms. Matthews, you told us about a colleague who
he has
said
power over us. Did you hear that?
Not condemn the violence.
They're trying to say we're like a cult.
About that moment and your reaction.
Yes, so a conversation started in the press office after the president sent out those 2 tweets that I deemed were insufficient. And a colleague suggested that the president shouldn't condemn the violence because they thought it would be, quote, handing a win to the media if he were to condemn his supporters. And I disagreed. I thought that we should condemn the violence and condemn it unequivocally. And I thought that he needed to include a call to action and to tell these people to go home. And a debate ensued over it. And I became visibly frustrated, and my colleagues were well aware of that. And I couldn't believe that we were arguing over this in the middle of the West Wing, talking about the politics of a tweet, being concerned with handing the media a win when we had just watched all of that violence unfold at the Capitol. And so I motioned up at the TV and I said, do you think it looks like we're effing winning? Because I don't think it does. And I again reiterated that I thought that the
she just said
needed to
effing.
condemn the violence because it didn't matter if it was coming from the left or the right, that you should condemn violence 100% of the time.
Why? They don't
We've heard
condemn
this evening
Antifa.
how everyone in the president's orbit was pushing him to do more, to tell the mob to leave the Capitol.
You know, I'm pretty good at reading people.
One of those people was Republican leader Kevin.
I think she probably likes to be tied up face down. Just saying. Okay, back to the show.
I'm trying to get through this hearing as fast as I can because I hate watching it, and I got to stop for comments like that. Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Trump does have a type. You notice they're all blonde, so you know, just saying. Maybe that's how she. Maybe she may not have got her job on merit. She may have got her job on. Well,
Hope is like, oh my god, how do I time him out? Thank you, Raggy. Raggy got my bag.
There you go.
McCarthy. He managed to get the president on the phone and told him to call off his supporters. As you will hear, the president refused, and so Leader McCarthy reached out for help to Ivanka Trump, who was at the White House, and Jared Kushner, who that afternoon had just arrived back on a flight from the Middle East.
So at some point in the afternoon, Mr. McCarthy placed a phone call to Mr. Scavino's desk line, and it was transferred to the president. Is that correct?
That's generally what I recall.
Okay. Were you involved in transferring that call?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the president at the time that he took that call?
He was in the dining room.
Would you personally reach out to the president for more support?
I've already talked to the president. I called him. I think we need to make a statement, make sure that we can calm individuals down.
Did Mr. McCarthy indicate that he had been in touch with President Trump?
He indicated that he had had some conversation. I don't recall whether it was with the president or with somebody at the White House, but I think he expressed frustration that not taking the circumstances seriously as they should.
I think that's his boyfriend, Ronnie.
Kevin McCarthy, who's the Republican leader, about this, and he said he called Donald. He finally got through to Donald Trump, and he said, "You have got to get on TV. You've got to get on Twitter. You've got to call these people off." You know what the president said to him? This is
Well, wait a minute. Okay, so you know how they just said you're gonna hear how President Trump refused. Okay, so they just interviewed McCarthy. They had McCarthy saying that he called him. So why is this lady using hearsay to say, well, he told me this is what President Trump said? Why doesn't McCarthy come out and say what President Trump said?
Right. Let me tell you what you're going to hear before you hear it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what you're going to see before you see it.
Yeah, and you know what that does? That makes you want, you know, you got to let people see what they want and then tell them what happened. Because otherwise, they're only looking at what you told them. Yeah.
You're going to hear and you're going to see.
Yeah.
Well, that's a persuasion argument 101. I mean, this isn't anything new.
Yeah.
You tell them what you're going to tell them. You tell them, and then you tell them what you told them.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a word for that. What is it? Interjection psychology.
Oh, I don't know.
I forget the term.
I couldn't tell you. Hope might know. Yeah. I don't know. I think she might. I haven't seen Hope chat in a minute, so I don't know what's going on.
happening. He said, "Well, Kevin, these are my people."
She accidentally muted herself.
Oh, okay.
You know, these are Antifa. And Kevin responded and said, "No, they're your people. They literally just came through my office windows, and my staff are running for cover. I mean, they're running for their lives. You need to call them off." And the president's response to Kevin, to me, was chilling. He said, "Well, Kevin, I guess there's
hard
more
when you have
upset
three
about the
people.
election, theft than you are." And that's, you've seen widespread reports of Kevin McCarthy and the president having basically a swearing conversation. That's when the swearing commenced, because the president was basically saying,
Oh, wait, she just said the president basically was saying, "No, I'm not okay with this." He didn't. He never said it. She's like, well, he basically said it. You ever watch Judge Judy?
Yeah, it's my
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my understanding that what he was saying was, what?
Yeah. All right. Let's get through this so we can get Hope to stop yelling at us for talking too much.
McCarthy, the President of the United States has a briefing room steps from the Oval Office. The cameras are hot 24/7, as you know. Why hasn't he walked down and said that now?
I convey to the president what I think is best to do, and I'm hopeful the president will do it.
And have you spoken with his chief?
Yeah, she just said the camera. I'm sorry, Hope. We got to stop it again. She just said, well, the cameras are hot 24/7 in there. Well, then why aren't they showing us? If President Trump was in there and he just said that to McCarthy, why aren't they showing us the video from the White House? They're hot 24/7 because they don't have it because it never happened.
The staff?
I've spoken to the president. I've spoken to other people in there and to the White House as well.
Who else reached out to Ms. Trump that you know of that afternoon about the attack on the Capitol?
What does Ms. Trump have to do?
I believe it was. Pause the video. I just wanted to pause it to piss off Hope. Okay.
Now we can go again? Okay. Well, yeah.
Point McCarthy did.
What does Ivanka Trump have to do with it?
Phone ringing, turned the shower off, saw it was Leader McCarthy, who I had a good relationship with. He told me it was getting really ugly over at the Capitol and said, please, anything you can do to help, I would appreciate it. I don't recall specific asks, just anything you could do.
You notice how they stopped of what he just was about to say again.
They were scared.
They meaning Leader McCarthy and people on the Hill because of the violence?
He was scared, yes.
Think about that. Leader McCarthy, who was one of the president's strongest supporters, was scared and begging for help. President Trump turned him down. So he tried to call the president's children. Republican House member Mike Gallagher also implored the president to call off the attack.
Mr. President, you have got to stop this. You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off. The election is over.
You know why this guy is saying that?
Call it off.
Because he can't call President Trump because President Trump won't talk to him.
Also went live on TV to demand that President Trump tell the mob to leave.
I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
There was a desperate scramble for everyone to get President Trump to do anything.
No,
all this occurred, and the president still did not act. I yield to my friend from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Kincaid.
You don't have any friends.
His friend. Did you hear that? Wait. He's definitely not getting reelected. He's a Republican, and he's like, oh yeah, my friend from
my friends.
Yeah.
Hill for him to
My
do
good friend.
something more at 4:17.
Watch him run as a Democrat next year.
187 minutes, more than 3 hours after he stopped speaking at the Ellipse. After he stopped speaking to a mob that he had sent armed to the Capitol.
Nobody was armed, you dumb bitch.
He tweeted a video telling the rioters to go home.
Show us the arms. Show us the weapons.
Them that they were special and that he loved them.
You're special in the head.
By that time, although, the violence was far from over. Law enforcement had started to turn the tide. Reinforcements were on the way, and elected officials were in secure locations. The writing was already on the wall. The rioters would not succeed. Here's what was showing on Fox News, the channel the president was watching all afternoon.
Back to Brett Baer with more information now. Brett, what do you have?
Yeah, our Pentagon team, Jen Griffin, Lucas Tomlinson, confirming the Defense Department has now mobilized the entire D.C. National Guard, 1,800 troops. Take several hours, as I was mentioning before, to get them up and running. The Army Secretary Ron McCarthy is setting up a headquarters at the FBI. You just heard from David Spunt that the FBI is also sending troops to the Capitol.
It's no coincidence, then, that President Trump finally gave in and went out to the Rose Garden at 4:03. His staff had prepared a script for him to read, but he refused to use it. As you can see on the screen, you can see the script.
We were all sent home, Lillian.
Has seen.
Oh no, a couple of people got arrested,
said,
I think.
I'm asking you to leave the Capital Region now and go home in a peaceful way. The president was urged to stick to this script, but he spoke off the cuff. Eric Hirschman and Nick Luna went with the president to film the message in the Rose Garden. Let's hear what they had to say and see the never-before-seen raw footage of the president recording this video message.
Yeah, let's see it.
ultimately, these remarks that we're looking at here in Exhibit 25 were not the remarks that the president delivered in the Rose Garden. Do you know why the president decided not to use these?
I don't know, sir. No.
Oh, wait a minute. They just said they're going to show us the actual footage. They're not showing us the actual
any
footage.
Written remarks to your knowledge, or did he just go off the cuff?
To my knowledge, it was off the cuff, sir.
Good, Chase.
Wait, here we go.
When you're ready, sir. You're right behind me.
You tell me when.
When you're ready, sir.
Who's behind me?
He's gone around. We're all clear now.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had a election. Let me see. I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
When I got there, basically the president had finished filming the video, and I think he was basically retiring for the day.
Yes, Scraw.
So, okay, you tell me what part of that was never before seen footage. I'll give you a minute. Anybody in chat? Anyone?
Oh,
what part of that was never before seen?
Just the very first part of the take where we had to start over again. That's the only part that was never before seen.
Exactly. Oh my God, wasn't that damning?
I know.
He was putting up his AR-15 and unloading his Glock.
Right? How dare you?
Show. Yeah.
Was there any discussion about the president releasing a second video that day?
Not that I recall.
Horrible.
When he finished his video, I think everyone was like, day's over. And people were pretty drained.
Were pretty what?
Drained.
But we say day over. I mean, there were still people in the Capitol at that point, weren't there?
There were people in the Capitol, but I believe by this stage, law enforcement, and I'd have to go back and look, but I believe law enforcement was either there or moving in or going to take charge. I just say people were emotionally drained by the time that videotape was done.
Oh no, what's wrong with that?
Emotionally drained? At the White House? Here's what was happening at the same time at the Capitol.
Shut up, lady.
We warn the audience that this clip also contains strong language and violence.
Oh no.
Keep pushing, don't lose the momentum.
Yeah, you also notice, wait, hold on, do you notice that they're hitting some lady on the ground?
Everybody, we need gas masks. We need weapons. We need strong, angry patriots to help our boys. They don't want to leave.
Donnie, stop. I'm not giving you the meat right now.
While President Trump refused to even lift another finger to help, other leaders honored their oaths and acted to clear the Capitol and resume the joint session. For instance, here are never-before-seen photos and video of congressional leaders in action during the attack. The video is a portion of a call they had at approximately 4:45 with Acting Secretary of Defense, Chris Miller.
We're not going to let these people keep us from finishing our business. So we need you to get the building cleared, give us the okay so we can go back in session and finish up the people's business as soon as possible.
Mr. Secretary and Senator Schumer, some people here in the Capitol Police believe it would take us several days to secure the building. Do you agree with that analysis?
I'm not on the ground, but I do not agree with that analysis.
So what is the earliest that we could safely resume our proceedings in the Senate and House chambers? The earliest we could
they showed it.
safely
Hope.
resume.
Here's my assessment, but I prefer to be on the ground, which I personally would prefer to be right now, but I need to be here. I would say, if that's the case, we're looking at 4 to 5 hours.
The vice president also worked the phones from his own secure evacuation location, including conversations with Acting Secretary of Defense, Miller, and other military leaders, well past President Trump's 417 video. Let's look at some never-before-seen photographs of the vice
see her
president
teleprompter.
during this critical time, and hear about the vice president's conversation with military leaders.
You can see she's reading it. Where's the
everyone
teleprompter at?
Vice President Pence, there were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that, and he was, and I can get you the exact quotes, I guess, from some of our records somewhere. But he was very animated, very direct, very firm, and to Secretary Miller, get the military down here, get the guard down here, put down this situation, etc.
As you heard earlier in the hearing,
You leaving us, Andy?
the president did not call the vice president or anyone in the military, federal law enforcement, or D.C. government. Not a single person. But General Milley did hear from Mark Meadows. The contrast between that call and his calls with Vice President Pence tell you everything you need to know about President Trump's dereliction of duty. Let's listen.
It's everything you need to know.
He said, this is from memory, he said,
Is she up for election next Tuesday?
The narrative that the vice president is making all the decisions.
Oh, okay.
We need to establish
I get it now.
the narrative that, that the president is still in charge
gotcha.
and that things are steady or stable or what's that thing. I immediately interpret that as politics, politics, politics. Red flag for me personally, no action, but I remember it distinctly. And I don't do political narratives.
So while President Trump and his advisors were drained, other leaders upheld their oaths to do the right thing. Maybe it was exhausting to get the president to put out that video, but think about the law enforcement officers who were attacked by the mob that day. And President Trump had summoned them himself to Washington.
RBF is the word of the
And
day.
what about President Trump? He watched TV, tweeted, called senators to try to delay the count of electoral votes, called Rudy Giuliani, and argued with his staff who were insisting that he should call off the attack. Ms. Matthews, what was your reaction to President Trump's message to the mob at 417?
I don't know.
I was struck by the fact that he chose to begin the video by pushing the lie that there was a stolen election. And as the video went on, I felt a small sense of relief because he finally told these people to go home. But that was immediately followed up by him saying, "We love you, you're very special." And that was disturbing to me because he didn't distinguish between those that peacefully attended his speech earlier that day and those that we watched cause violence at the Capitol.
Yeah, Trump is walking through these guys' heads every day.
He told the people who we had just watched storm our nation's Capitol with the intent on overthrowing our democracy, violently attack police officers, and chant heinous things like "Hang Mike Pence. We love you. You're very special." And as a spokesperson for him, I knew that I would be asked to defend that. And to me, his refusal to act and call off the mob that day and his refusal to condemn the violence was indefensible. And so I knew that I would be resigning that evening And so I finished out the workday, went home and called my loved ones to tell them of my decision, and resigned that evening.
Good, we don't want you.
Thank you. Indefensible. Let's hear what some of your colleagues in the press office told us about their reaction to this same 417 message.
She's talking to her like she's a 3-year-old. Why don't you tell
I
us
felt
something?
like it was the absolute bare minimum of what could have been said at that point. Or something.
I hear a baby crying.
What else do you think should have been said?
You hear that baby crying? I feel like.
I'm not playing it this time.
So, a more forceful dismissal of the violence, a more forceful command to go home, a more forceful respect for law enforcement, even a comparison to the respect that we've given law enforcement as it relates to what was done to them in the prior summer. And I thought it was important that an acknowledgement be
Right,
given
Ashley?
to
And how many of those people don't
the US
have
Capitol
insurance?
building itself, what it's a symbol
That's
of,
what he thought.
it means.
These are his thoughts.
Not only to
Yeah.
the people that work there, but to the American people generally, and the work of Congress that by law needed to be conducted that day.
Do you wish, in hindsight, that the president had asked the protesters to leave the Capitol earlier than he ended up asking them to do that?
Of course, I would love if the go-home
can't wait
message
for that,
would have
Ronnie.
happened earlier in the day.
Oh, you know, look,
President's
did,
words
look at
matter.
that. Once again, they stopped the
Of course, I
video.
would love if the go-home
Hold
message
on.
would have happened earlier in the day.
See, look, you can see she's opening up her mouth to say another word right now, and watch this. They stopped the video. Gee, I wonder what she was about to
President's
say.
words
Why'd they
matter.
stop the video right
We know
there?
that many of the rioters were listening to President Trump. We heard from one last week, Stephen
Right.
Ayers. Let's listen to what he had to say about the 417 message from the president and see how rioters reacted to the president's message in real time.
Well, when we were there, as soon as that come out, everybody started talking about it, and it seemed like it started to disperse, some of the crowd.
I'm here delivering the president's message. Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home.
That's our order. He says go home. He says go home. Yeah, he said to go home.
This guy. I haven't
Just
seen
as
this
Mr.
guy in a
Ayers
while.
said, police were still fending off the last throes of the brutal assault. I yield to the gentleman from Illinois.
While everyone else was working to get Congress back in session, what did President Trump do? At 6:01, just 1 minute after the citywide curfew went into effect, he posted his last tweet of the day.
All right, I'm going to piss off Hope
After
again.
officers engaged...
So I'm sitting here watching this, and you notice how they hand it off to each other? You know, you ever watch like a TV, like a cop show? Like, does anybody watch Chicago PD? You know, or Dangerous Minds or whatever, you know, those shows are. And they have one cop talking, and the minute they stop, another one pops in, you know, right on the same topic. They said they're telling you a story, folks. Look, if you ever watch TV enough, when you watch a TV show or a movie, it's a story, right? It's exactly what they're doing here. This is all produced, rehearsed, everything.
All they're doing on the teleprompter in red letters, it has this, and it's supposed to be reading the next thing. So, just like you said, they're handing it off. All this is, they know that Trump's going to run in 24.
Yep.
And they're doing everything they can to keep him from it, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Andy says they rehearsed all this. I bet you they did. How much you want to bet they sat in some meeting room somewhere and practiced this speech?
Oh yeah, they all get the script before they go through the script, and then they've got it on teleprompter. It's a movie of the week.
Yeah, that's exactly what this. The movie of the week. That's what we should have called this. The movie of the week. Oh.
Engaged in multiple hours of hand-to-hand
Hold on. This time I'm just stopping it for Hope. Okay.
combat with over 100 of them sustaining injuries.
What's funny is I told her how pissed off I get about when people talk too much during live stuff, and here I am doing it too.
President Trump tweeted at 6:01 and justified the violence as a natural response to the election. He said, quote, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide victory is so unceremoniously, viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly, unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and peace. Remember this day forever." He called the mob great patriots. He told people to remember the day forever. He showed absolutely no remorse. A few minutes later, at 6:27, the president left the dining room and he went up to the White House residence for the night. On the screen is the last photograph of the president that night as he went into the residence. As he was gathering his things in the dining room to leave, President Trump reflected on the day's events with a White House employee. This was the same employee who had met President Trump in the Oval Office after he returned from the ellipse.
Yeah, he's still
President
talking,
Trump said nothing to the employee about the attack. He said only, quote, "Mike Pence let me down." Ms. Matthews, what was your reaction to President Trump's 6:01 tweet?
What's wrong with that? Oh, sorry.
At that point, I had already made the decision to resign, and this tweet just further
I had put the plate down and it was hitting the space bar. It was doing that, sorry.
Cemented my decision. I thought that January 6, 2021 was one of the darkest days in our nation's history, and President Trump was treating it as a celebratory occasion with that tweet. And so it just further cemented my decision to resign.
Others agree with their assessment of that tweet. Let's look at what they had to say.
Who asked you about this tweet before it was sent?
The president.
Tell us about that conversation and everything that you said and he said, to the best of your recollection.
Sure. So he said, "What do you think of this?"
What's up,
and
Sneaky
I believe I saw the text message or on his phone, and I remember saying to him, the wording on the first sentence, I guess it's one long sentence, but the wording on the first sentence would lead some to believe that potentially he had something to do with the events that happened at the Capitol.
Oh, whatever.
What did he say?
I don't recall him saying anything in response to that. I believe that was the end of the conversation.
Did he change anything in light of your comments?
No, sir, he did not.
And what about this made you think that someone might perceive the president having a role in the violence at the Capitol?
It was my interpretation of the words. I mean, I'm not I don't write speeches or anything, but the phrase, "these are the things that happened," to me sounded as if culpability was associated with it, to me.
I don't think it's a patriotic act to attack the Capitol, but I have no idea how to characterize the people other than they trespassed, destroyed property, and assaulted the U.S. Capitol. I think calling them patriots is, let's say, a stretch to say the least.
We can all say some people were doing some stupid shit.
Just flatly wrong.
I don't think it's a patriotic act to attack the U.S. Capitol.
Would you call it unpatriotic?
Criminal? Unpatriotic, sure.
What happened at the Capitol cannot be justified in any
that's what you would call
form
it.
or fashion.
Yeah.
It was wrong and it was tragic. And
I call it a tailgate party. So
it was a terrible
tailgate party?
I thought it was inappropriate.
Why? I thought it was appropriate. So who's right?
To my mind, it was a day that should be remembered in infamy. That wasn't the tenor of this tweet.
Despite the violence of the day, the effort to delay the certification continued. That evening, Rudy Giuliani called several of President Trump's closest political allies in the hour before the joint session resumed. Representative Jim Jordan, and Senators Marsha Blackburn, Tommy Tuberville, Bill Hagerty, Lindsey Graham, Josh Hawley, and Ted Cruz. We know why Mr. Giuliani was calling them, because at 7:02, he left a voicemail for Senator Tuberville, which later became public.
Ashley, don't forget
just the start of it.
Oh my gosh, Waters, Maxine
Senator
Waters.
Tuberville, or I should say Coach Tuberville, this is Rudy Giuliani, President's lawyer. I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information to you.
To get more information to you. What's wrong with that?
Did not even mention the attack on the Capitol. Instead, he was pushing on behalf of President Trump to get members of Congress to further delay the certification. Even though some members did proceed with objections, Vice President Pence and Congress stood firm and successfully concluded the joint session in the early morning hours of January 7th. Here are some of what members of the president's party said in the days and weeks after the attack.
There's no question, none, that President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day. No question about it. The people who stormed this building believed they were acting on the wishes and instructions of their president.
They won't talk about that, Ronnie.
And having that belief was a foreseeable consequence of the growing crescendo of false statements, conspiracy theories, and reckless hyperbole, which the defeated president kept shouting into the largest megaphone on planet Earth.
The violence, destruction, and chaos we saw earlier was unacceptable, undemocratic, and un-American. It was the saddest day I've ever had as serving as a member of this institution.
Madam Speaker, today the People's House was attacked, which is an attack on the Republic itself. There is no excuse for it. A woman died, and people need to go to jail. And the president should never have spun up certain Americans to believe something that simply cannot be.
Yeah, and the person that murdered her, did he go to jail?
Congress certified the 2020 election results. Soon after, this statement by President Trump was posted on Dan Scavino's Twitter account because the president's account by now had been suspended. As you can see, President Trump stuck with his big lie that the election was stolen. But he did say there would be an orderly transition. We learned, though, that the statement was not necessarily his idea. Jason Miller, a campaign advisor, told us that after the joint session started, he heard nothing from President Trump or the White House about assuring the nation that the transfer of power would take place. So Mr. Miller took it upon himself to draft the statement and call the president at 9:23 that night to convince him to put it out. Let's listen to what he had to say about the call.
Right.
Did he disagree with something that you had put in the statement, some particular word or phrase that he did not want included?
I'd say just he wanted to say peaceful transition, and I said that ship's kind of already sailed, so we're going to say orderly transition. That was about the extent of disagreement or pushback from the conversation.
The last person President Trump spoke to by phone that night was Johnny McEntee, his head of personnel. Mr. McEntee told us that they talked about the events of the day and the multiple resignation by administration officials. The decision whether to resign was one that weighed heavily on people in the administration. On the one hand, people like Mr. Pottinger and Ms. Matthews here, as proud as they were to have served, refused to be associated with President Trump's dereliction of duty. But others were sincerely worried that leaving President Trump to his own devices would put the country at continued risk. Listen to what we heard about that tension from Pat Cipollone, from General Mark Milley, and Eugene Scalia, who was the Secretary of Labor.
And then after that, some people were resigning, obviously, over January 6th. We know who they were. Did I consider it? Yes. Did I do it? No.
Why didn't you
Concerned about
then?
is if people in the counsel's office left, who would replace me? And I had some concerns that it might be somebody who, had been giving bad advice.
On the morning of the 7th, the decision I arrived at was that the most constructive thing I could think of was to seek a meeting of the cabinet. I thought that trying to work within the administration to steady the ship was likely to have greater value than simply resigning, after which point it would have been powerless to really affect things within the administration.
Gene thought that there should be a cabinet meeting.
Do you know why that would not be?
I don't remember why. I think it probably had something to do with Mark's view of how the president might react and things like that.
Now, there was a couple of calls where, Meadows and or Pompeo, but more Meadows, how's the president doing? Like Pompeo might say, how's the president doing? And Meadows would say, well, he's in a really dark place. Like here's one, for example, on the 7th of January. So this is day after, right? POTUS is very emotional and in a bad place. Meadows.
As you heard, Secretary Scalia wanted President Trump to convene a cabinet meeting. He put his request in a memo to the president, and here's what it said. You can see that Secretary Scalia recommended that the president, quote, no longer publicly question the election results. After Wednesday, no one can deny this is harmful.
Yeah, can you imagine what the people
Secretary
look like that are
Scalia
at home?
also highlighted the importance of the public knowing the president would invoke his cabinet in decision-making and not, quote, certain private individuals. Though Secretary Scalia did not say it, he was referring to Rudy Giuliani and the rest of the so-called clown car working with President Trump to try to overturn the election. Secretary Scalia understood that the president needed to do more to reassure the public about the last few weeks of the Trump administration.
Yeah,
Mr. Pottinger,
it's still
when
live.
you made the decision to resign, did you walk out of the White House immediately?
No, I wanted to first talk to my immediate boss, that was the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien. Robert O'Brien was traveling on the 6th. I reached him at about 4:30 p.m. And told him that I was submitting my resignation. He accepted the resignation, but he also asked whether I could stay until he could get back to the White House. And I agreed to that. We both wanted to make sure that I was leaving in a responsible way. We still have foreign adversaries to worry about, hackers, terrorists, nation states. I did not want to leave my chair empty, given that I was the top national security staffer in the White House.
Oh, you big top boy,
So I ended
aren't
up
you?
staying at my desk through the night. When Robert O'Brien arrived back at the White House the next morning, the morning of the 7th, I debriefed with him and left for the last time.
So you and I both share a passion for national security of our country. Can you share with me, what's your view on how January 6th impacted our national security?
Well, when you have a presidential transition, even under the best circumstances, it's a time of vulnerability. It's a time of vulnerability. When you have a contested election, I was certainly concerned that some of our adversaries would be tempted to probe or test U.S. resolve. As an example, in late December, the Iranian government attacked the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. They did that using some of their terrorist proxies. President Trump did handle that. He sent a very clear warning to the Ayatollah and his regime, which I think had a useful effect. I think that we would have handled other threats of that nature, and luckily no other threats materialized before the inauguration on the 20th. But our national security was harmed in a different way by the 6th of January, and that is that it, I think it emboldened our enemies by helping give them ammunition to feed a narrative that our system of government doesn't work, that the United States is in decline. China, the Putin regime in Russia, Tehran, they're fond of pushing those kinds of narratives. And by the way, they're wrong. We've been hearing for the entirety of U.S. history from kings and despots that the United States is
we're number one
in decline, and those kings and despots have been proven wrong every single time. But nonetheless, January 6th helped feed a perception that I think emboldens our adversaries. The other part I think is simply our allies. I heard from a lot of friends in Europe, in Asia, allies, close friends, and supporters of the United States that they were concerned about the health of our democracy. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to put their minds at ease, to put our own hearts at ease by investigating what happened on the 6th and making sure that it never happens again.
Look, I've always said democracies are not defined by bad days. They're defined by how they recover from those bad days. And that's what we're doing here, is to bring accountability to that so we can actually come back even stronger than when we went into January 6th. Ms. Matthews, as you left the White House for the last time that night,
I'm not seeing D anywhere.
What did you think Americans needed to hear from President Trump?
I think that the American people needed to hear and see him publicly commit to a peaceful or at least orderly transition of power. In the aftermath of the Capitol attack, it wasn't just enough for us to ask him to condemn the violence. He needed to agree that he would peacefully transfer power over to the incoming administration, because that's one of our fundamentals and what it means to live in a democracy. And so that evening when I resigned, the resignation statement that I drafted, I referenced this and I said our nation needs a peaceful transfer of power, in hopes that it would put some sort of public pressure on the White House and President Trump to publicly agree to an orderly transition.
Yeah, D blocked me.
I yield to my friend from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't know. I don't see her.
The staff who remained at the White House on the morning of January 7th knew the president needed to address the nation again.
Or maybe they blocked.
They had a speech prepared for him that morning.
D, did you block?
But he refused for hours.
Streamlabs or
As you heard
Restream?
Cassidy Hutchins testify previously, President Trump finally agreed to record an address to the nation later that evening, the evening of January 7th, because of concerns he might be removed from power under the 25th Amendment or by impeachment. We know these threats were real. Sean Hannity said so himself in a text message that day to Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany. He wrote, "No more stolen election talk. Yes, impeachment and 25th Amendment are real." We obtained the never-before-seen raw footage of the president recording his address to the nation that day on January 7th, more than 24 hours after the last time he had addressed the nation from the Rose Garden. Let's take a look.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday, and to those who broke the law, you will pay. You do not represent our movement, you do not represent our country, and if you broke the law, you can't say that. I'm not gonna, I already said you will pay. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defied the seat of justice. It's defiled, right? See, I can't see it very well. Okay, I'll do this. I'm going to do this. Let's go. But this election is now over. Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over, okay?
So far, I haven't seen anything bad yet.
Now Congress.
Yeah, but
Now Congress.
I didn't say over, so let me see. Go to the paragraph before.
All right, I'm going to show you guys real quick.
Okay.
This is what I see. I don't see D anywhere. Look, even right here,
I'd
Hayes
like
says,
to
look,
begin
D
by
is up
addressing
above.
the heinous attack yesterday.
There's nothing from D here at all.
Yesterday is a hard word for me.
Just take it out. The heinous attack.
Ah, good. Take the word yesterday, because it doesn't work with the heinous attack on our country. Say on our country. Want to say that?
No, keep it.
My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote.
Have you seen anything wrong with this video yet so far?
On
I haven't
January
seen nothing
7th,
wrong.
one day after he incited an insurrection based on a lie, President Trump still could
Eddie,
not
are you
say
sure you're not on
the
top chat?
election was
I,
over.
on Restream, you
Mr.
can't control
Pottinger,
that.
You've taken the
Oh, I
oath
got it.
multiple times
Yeah.
in the Marines
So I don't know.
and as an official in the executive branch. Can you please share with us your view about the oath of office and how that translates into accepting election results and a transfer of power?
Sure. You know, this isn't the first time that we've had a close election in this country. And President Trump certainly had every right to challenge in court the results of these various elections.
I love you, D, but I can't see you.
But once you've had due process under the law, you have to conform with the law, no matter how bitter the result. Once you've presented your evidence in court, judges have heard that evidence, judges have ruled. If you continue to contest an election, you're not just contesting an election anymore. You're actually challenging the Constitution itself. You are challenging the societal norms that allow us to remain unified. I think that...
no, he didn't. Andy, he didn't.
One example, for example, you've got Vice President Richard Nixon back in 1960 had lost a hard-fought election against Senator John F. Kennedy. There were irregularities in that vote, according to a lot of the histories, and a lot of Vice President Nixon's supporters asked him to fight, contest it, don't
Fight
concede.
like hell.
But in one of his finest moments, Vice President Nixon said no. He said it would tear the country to pieces, and he conceded to Jack Kennedy and announced that he was going to support him as the next president. We have
Did he just say Jack
of a
Kennedy?
Democratic candidate for president, Vice President Al Gore, who faced a very similar dilemma.
Man, didn't you hate it when Jack Kennedy was assassinated?
That lost his election bid and allowed
That's got to be
George
going
W.
off on
Bush to
Twitter
take
right
office. But he gave a speech of concession in late December, mid or late December of 2000, where he said, this is for the sake of the unity of us as a people and for the strength of our democracy. I also am going to concede. I'm going to support the new president. His speech is actually a pretty good model, I think, for any candidate for any office, up to and including the president, and from any party to read, particularly right now. The oath that our presidents take, it's very similar to the oath of office I took as a U.S. Marine officer and the oath I took as a White House official. It is to support and defend the Constitution. It's to protect the Constitution, to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution. And it is a sacred oath. It's an oath that we take before our families. We take that oath before God. I think that we have an obligation to live by that oath. I do still believe that we have the most ingenious system of government on earth, despite its imperfections. I don't envy countries that don't have this system that actually allows for a predictable peaceful transfer of government every 4 to 8 years, and it's not something that we should take for granted.
Thank you. As we heard at the start of the hearing, in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy understood that President Trump bore responsibility for that day and should have taken immediate action to stop the violence.
I'll refresh it real
He was
quick.
even more candid in calls with Republican colleagues. As you'll hear in a moment, recordings of some of these calls that were later published by the New York Times, the context for these calls was that a resolution had been introduced in the House calling for Vice President Pence and the cabinet to remove President Trump from power under the 25th Amendment.
All right, I reset it. Let's see what happens now.
I've had it with this guy. What he did is unacceptable.
Can somebody ask D to type, or D, can you type something?
Nobody can defend that, and nobody
And then
should
somebody
defend
tell
it.
me when they type something?
The only discussion I would have with him is that I think this will pass, and it would be my recommendation we should resign. I mean, that would be my take, but I don't think he would take it, but I don't know.
Okay, she
But let me be very clear to all of you, and I've been very
Oh,
clear
yeah,
to the
it didn't
president.
show up.
He
It's
bears
not showing up, guys.
responsibilities for his words and actions. No ifs, ands, or buts. I asked him personally today.
Yeah,
does he
Andy, it's
hold
not showing up.
responsibility for what happened?
Thank you.
Does he feel bad about what happened? He told me he does have some
Yeah.
responsibility for what happened. And he
Thank
needs
you,
to
Hope.
acknowledge that.
President Trump has never publicly acknowledged his responsibility for the attack. The only time he apparently did so was in that private call with Kevin McCarthy. There's something else President Trump has never acknowledged: the names and the memories of the officers who died following the attack on the Capitol. We're honored to be joined tonight by police and first responders who bravely protected us on January 6th. Your character and courage give us hope that democracy can and should prevail, even in the face of a violent insurrection. We on this dais can never thank you enough for what you did to protect our democracy. On January 9th, two of President Trump's top campaign officials texted each other about the president's glaring silence on the tragic death of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who succumbed to his injuries the night of January 7th. These campaign officials were Tim Murtaugh, Trump's director of communications, and one of his deputies, Matthew Walking. Their job was to convince people to vote for President Trump, so they knew his heart, his mind, and his voice as well as anyone, and they knew how he connects with his supporters. Here's what they had to say about their boss. Murtaugh said, "Also shitty not to have acknowledged the death of the Capitol police officer." Walking responded, "That's enraging to me. Everything he said about supporting law enforcement was a lie." To which Murtaugh replied, "You know what this is, of course? If he acknowledged the dead cop, he'd be implicitly faulting the mob. And he won't do that because they're his people. And he would also be close to acknowledging that what he lit at the rally got out of control. No way he acknowledges something that could ultimately be
Sneaky
called
Pete.
his fault. No way." President Trump did not then and does not now have the character or courage to say to the American people what his own people know to be true. He is responsible for the attack on the Capitol on January 6th.
Totally, Ronnie.
Thank you, and I
Exactly,
yield to the gentleman
Ronnie.
from
Wait a minute.
Illinois.
I think it might be over. Hold on. It might be our
Thank
happy
you,
days.
Ms. Gloria. Tonight's testimony and evidence is as sobering as it is straightforward. Within minutes
What
of
evidence?
stepping off the ellipse stage, Donald Trump knew about the violent attack on the Capitol. From the comfort of his dining room, he watched on TV as the attack escalated. He sent tweets that inflamed and expressed support for the desire of some to literally kill Vice President Mike Pence. For 3 hours,
Oh my
he
gosh.
refused to call off the attack.
If they wanted
Donald
to kill
Trump
Pence, he'd be
refused
dead.
to take the urgent advice he received that day. Not from his political opponents or from the liberal media, but from his own family, his own friends, his own staff, and his own advisors. In the midst of an attack, when there was no time for politics, the people closest to Trump told him the truth. It was his supporters attacking the Capitol, and he alone could get through to them.
Allegedly.
So they pled for him to act, to place his country above himself. Still, he refused to lead and to meet the moment to honor his oath. It was only once the vice president and the members of Congress were in secure locations and the officers defending the Capitol began to turn the tide that then President Trump engaged in the political theater of telling the mob to go home. And even then, he told them all they were special and that he loved them.
I don't know.
Donnie wants that ice cream. Donnie wants that ice cream,
your politics, whatever you think about the outcome of the election, we as Americans must all agree on this. Donald Trump's conduct on January 6th was a supreme violation of his oath of office and a complete dereliction of his duty to our nation. It is a stain on our history. It is a dishonor to all those who have sacrificed and died in service of our democracy. When we present our full findings, we will recommend changes to laws and policies to guard against another January 6th. A reason that's imperative is that the forces Donald Trump ignited that day have not gone away.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall in whatever room President Trump is in right now.
The alienation and the disaffection, the weird fantasies and disinformation. They're all still out there, ready to go. That's the elephant in the room.
You're the elephant in the room.
January 6th has reminded us of anything, I pray it has reminded us of this. Laws are just words on paper. They mean nothing without public servants dedicated to the rule of law and who are held accountable by a public that believes oaths matter more than party tribalism or the cheap thrill of scoring political points. We, the people, must demand more of our politicians and ourselves.
I agree with that.
Oaths matter. Character matters. Truth matters. If we do not renew our faith and commitment to these principles, this great experiment of ours, our shining beacon on a hill, will not endure. I yield to the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Kinzinger. Throughout our hearings, we've provided many facts and painted a vivid picture of the events of January 6th. The violence, the human toll, both emotional and physical, including the tragic loss of life. The threats to our Constitution, the rule of law, and the danger to this nation. A nation we all love as Americans. In tonight's hearing, we've gone into great detail about the events inside the White House on January 6th. We've described how the President of the United States, who was bound by oath to the Constitution and by duty to ensure the laws are faithfully executed, took no action when the cornerstone of our democracy, a peaceful transition of power, was under attack. But it's more than that. Donald Trump summoned a violent mob and promised to lead that mob to the Capitol to compel those he thought would cave to that kind of pressure. And when he was thwarted in his effort to lead the armed uprising, he instigated the attackers to target the vice president with violence. A man who just wanted to do his constitutional duty.
Yeah, you did, Dee.
So in the end, this is not, as it may appear, a story of inaction in a time of crisis. But instead, it was the final action of Donald Trump's own plan to assert the will of the American people and remain in power.
It's the final
Not until it was clear that his effort to violently disrupt or delay the counting of the election results had failed did he send a message to his supporters in which he commiserated with their pain, and he told them affectionately to go home.
Look at her eyes. You can see she's reading the teleprompter.
That was not the message of condemnation and just punishment for those who broke the law that we expect from a president whose oath and duty is to ensure the laws are faithfully executed. But instead, it was his newest version of stand back and stand by. To me, this is personal. I first swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution against enemies foreign and domestic when I entered the U.S. Naval Academy at age 17. I spent 2 decades on ships at sea, defending our nation from known and identifiable foreign enemies who sought to do us harm.
If this is her own story, why does she have to read it on a teleprompter?
Yeah.
Just curious.
I never imagined that enemy would come from within. I was not as prescient as Abraham Lincoln, who 23 years before the Civil War said, "If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and its finisher." Donald Trump was the author, and we the people, for ourselves and our posterity, should not let Donald Trump be the finisher. Thank you, and I yield to the Vice Chair.
Oh, that means they're done.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Luria. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us
they're
today.
done.
The members of the Select Committee may have...
Hold on, I want to see where the hell her freaking teleprompter is.
Thank you.
Oh, there's 3 of them.
Yeah, look at those 3 big-ass TVs. That's what they're reading from.
355 inches, yeah.
Look at that.
Tonight's movie of the week has been brought to you by Gerber's Baby Food, a favorite of your former vice president.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Luria. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask...
All right, we don't have to watch any more of this BS. I'm going to do something real quick. Hopefully D is still here. I just looked it up. We're going to watch this quick video on how to figure out on your cell phone if you've blocked somebody or not.
This video shows how you can view the blocked contacts on YouTube. How you can unblock those contacts that we are going to see. For that, open the YouTube app, and then you have to double click on the home button actually, and then you will see this profile photo of yours.
So you hit your profile picture at the top right,
and then you have to go to the settings of your account.
Click on settings.
At the bottom you will find block.
Earlier about the Hells Angels, beginning of the video. We've already seen it. Thank you.
Oh, the Hells Angel stuff? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, but we'll
contacts. Just click on that, and then over there you will see the list of blocked contacts. And to unblock any of the contact, all you have to do is just long tap on that particular contact, and then there will be one option to unblock the contact. Thanks for watching this video.
There you go, folks. That's how you unblock a contact. I'm just in case. I think that's maybe why I can't see D. I'm guessing. I don't know. You guys want to see the Hells Angel stuff? We can watch it again. We actually showed that. We didn't show that on tonight's show, Drunk Uncle. I mean, Gra. We showed that on. We showed
That's right, it was today.
On the morning show.
Yeah.
Hundreds of motorcycles lined this street in Toronto's East End, forcing police to close down many surrounding streets. A nuisance for some residents in the neighborhood.
Disrupting the whole city.
Well, Andy, I did find out it is a memorial
While
run.
many others didn't.
Is it? Okay.
Mind.
They're all very polite and pleasant. There seems to be no trouble. Hopefully it'll stay that way.
After a highway procession, this was the final destination for members of the notorious Hells Angels biker gang, which police have linked to drug and human trafficking offenses. Anywhere from 800 to 1,000 bikers gathering after the death of Donnie Peterson, said to be a prominent member of the organization.
Donnie was one of our best friends. We loved him, we cherished him. He was a big part of our world.
The bikers drove together down busy Toronto highways, eventually ending up at a store run by the Hells Angels of Toronto.
They do not have a permit from the City of Toronto.
Police say they were there for public safety, not to support the bikers. This local business owner says he received warnings from both sides.
Different points of view. So we're having a party is the one, and
Permit,
the other, the police
Yeah.
say it's an unsanctioned event.
This biker said it's not as big a deal as some made it out to be.
For Hell's Angels, they don't need a permit.
I think, no offense, but the media and I'm sure the police blew this all out of proportion.
Though many bikers have been involved in criminal activity, this expert says he's not surprised they're on their best behavior here.
It's a public relations thing for the Hells Angels, and they want to look good. They don't want to call bad attention to themselves.
Many of the bikers here today are expected to attend another planned event
Yeah, I'm gonna
this
get 'em
weekend
off.
just east of Toronto. A
They're
Hells
gonna
Angels
take-
chapter in Whitby, Ontario is expected to host the 2022 Canada Run, and hundreds of members are expected to be there. Greg Ross, CBC News, Toronto.
CBC News, Toronto.
Ram got it.
It was just a
Did he get
few
it right on?
hours ago that Carlisle Avenue was filled with hundreds of motorcycles that belong to Hells Angels members. Now, they are here for a memorial event to honor a member that recently
Good job, Henry.
passed away. Now, this memorial event not only brought in hundreds of Hells Angels members, but also residents that came to take a look at what was going on, and also a heavy police presence. It was around 11 a.m. when the engines were roaring and Hells Angels members left the Newmarket area. Riders were headed south on the Don Valley. Toronto police are calling it an unsanctioned event, taking place without an official permit. Officers keeping a watchful eye throughout the entire procession, saying they were there to minimize any disruption to residents, businesses, and roadways. OPP confirmed that there was a crash involving a motorcycle involved in the procession this morning along the 404, sending one person to the hospital.
Hope they're all right.
Bikers taking part today told us it was a memorial in honor of a longtime Toronto Hells Angels member, Donnie Peterson, who died in December. The event also comes on the heels of the death of former Hells Angels boss and convicted killer Maurice Mom Boucher, who died earlier this month in Quebec.
We have no information to indicate that they intend to do anything other than participate in the memorial ride, followed by a gathering in the city. There are going to be many police officers in the area. We have command posts set up in the area, and we have been in ongoing communication.
Gathered to see what was going on near Lawrence Avenue.
Well, I just wanted to see something that I've never seen. I'm a rider myself, and I've never seen so many bikers together, so maybe once in a lifetime.
Our city news chopper captured these images of bikes, hundreds of them, lining both sides of Carlisle Avenue, spilling all the way from Lakeshore Boulevard to Eastern Avenue. The memorial ride came to an end at around 1 p.m. today, leaving hundreds of bikes parked outside of this storefront near Lakeshore and Eastern Avenue, which is reportedly operated by the Motorcycle Club.
So what?
Now, while there are only a few motorcycles left here along Carlisle Avenue, police say they anticipate that this event will officially wrap up at around 7 p.m. Now, this weekend is the National Hells Angels Memorial Ride. It's supposed to happen in Brooklyn.
Let's see. Watch this. This is the Hells Angels from Fresno. And this is from the Fresno Bee, a liberal newspaper.
Okay. My name is Merle Hefferman. Today we're out here at Walmart at Ingram and Herndon, where we get all these bikes for our toy run, our 16th annual toy run for the Fresno Pavarolo House.
Yeah, if you take down, it's not good. Take it back.
Perfect.
No, I was going to
100 more bikes.
Palletize these. It's a plastic pallet right over there. Tom, throw it on that and we'll wrap it up.
All right. So, grab a pallet.
I want some hot chocolate.
Okay, my name is Mike Buckta, the store manager at 2985 Fresno, California Walmart. Been the store manager here for 5 years. Very happy to work with the Hells Angels and their organization donating bikes to the Poverillo House, where we are making kids' wishes come true.
Oh no, the Hells Angels donated bikes to the frickin' to the Poverillo House? What? No way.
What?
And you know what? That video is from 7 years ago. Let's see. Let's just look actual at a news story. Fresno, Hells Angels, bikes. Let's type in bike.
Guys, I gotta hop off here.
You gotta get going, drunk. All right, buddy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Gotta get up. All right, no worries.
Right on. All right, bud. Later.
All right, drunk.
All right.
See you, man. See you later.
See you later, drunk.
Oh, wait.
Did he say, oh, wait? Hold on. Oh, he left already. I thought he said, oh, wait. Okay. But look at this. Once again, this is him. How many bikes did they buy? Let's see. The group ended up purchasing over 200 bikes. 200 bikes. This one is, what day is this one from? So this one's from 2016. The Hells Angels Santa this weekend by helping 800 kids. So that means they gave out 800 bicycles to kids in 2016.
That's awesome.
Right? The Hells Angels. The Hells Angels. Do you see Nancy Pelosi going out there and buying 800 bikes for kids anywhere? You see Joe Biden doing it? Let's see if I can... They do it every single year. What year is this one? This is a YouTube. That's probably the same one. This is a different one.
The Hells Angels ride motorcycles, but one priority this holiday season? Kids' bicycles.
I was there about 14 hours a day.
And so were other Fresno Hells Angels members, waiting in line for 5 days in a Fresno, California Walmart. They were on a mission, buy every single bicycle in the place. The group took advantage of Black Friday deals and bought hundreds of bikes for its annual toy run. The bikes are going to Poverillo House, a nonprofit helping the hungry and homeless. The Fresno Bee says last year, Poverillo House gave out 3,500 toys on Christmas. Obviously, this year we know some of those gifts are going to be bicycles. The toy run takes place December 6th. Though while the toys brought are for kids, the promotional poster is anything but kid-friendly.
Well,
the Fresno Hells Angels have been
Hells
doing the toy drive
Angels.
for 16 years. For Newsy, I'm Catherine.
I mean, what else are they going to put on their poster? Oh my gosh. What else do you think they're going to put up there? Oh my gosh, what's this one from? This one's from 2013 again. Look at all the pink bicycles for all the little girls they got. I mean, come on. You don't see any of the liberal Democrats doing any of that shit. You know? I mean, come on. Are you talking, girl? I think your mic might be messing up again.
No, you hear me check one.
Oh, no,
two.
there you are. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
No, it's good.
Did they vote yet on this stupid gun measure that they've been showing all day? Let's see. Gubernatorial candidate attacked at campaign stop. House committee details. Ex-prosecutor says Hunter Biden developments don't add up. NASA Mars rover goes viral for what is found on the red pond. Oh, American Pickers. Here's something good I can read. I mean, I like the American Pickers. You ever watch American Pickers?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, Frank Fitz had a stroke, or did they say stroke or heart attack?
27 because
He had a stroke. Oh wow, that sucks.
Oh yeah, and you're up twice on your camera for some reason.
I'm on twice on my camera.
Yeah.
Oh, that's because when Drunk Uncle left.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. What's wrong with me being up twice? Don't you guys want me to be up twice? Yeah, I liked Frank. I can't believe they kicked him off. I liked him better than Mike, to be honest with you.
Same here. I didn't know they kicked him off. I probably don't want to know, huh?
Yeah, but no, they said some bad stuff. So.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this! California murderer released 6 years into a 50-year sentence. 50-year sentence. He gets out after 6 years on a murder charge. He gets released, and then he gets picked up with a gun after a car chase. Lovely. Let's see what else. I wonder, was D able to figure out the? I guess not. I haven't seen any comments from D yet. Maybe she wasn't in here.
She's still in chat, but she hadn't figured it out.
Huh? I wonder what it is.
I don't know.
It could be.
I've seen it.
Hey, D, if you're listening and still in chat, does it go in your room and everybody you've ever deleted, just delete them again, or just delete their deletion again, and then maybe I'll come up again. I don't know.
I think she's saying she's never been there and never has deleted anyone. So.
Oh, well, I don't know, but it might have happened on accident, though. Is what we're trying to tell her. That's a possibility.
It's not me.
Okay. Let's see. Alarming allegations against the Taco Bell store manager. Let's see what these are. Attacked 2 customers with scalding water. Well, they shouldn't have bitched about their shitty tacos. Nate Diaz. Let's see. I moved from the Midwest to the West Coast. Here are the 4 fast food chains I miss the most. I always like these kind of stories. White Castle. Al's Beef. Oh my gosh, that was really good. What else? Al's Beef. I actually had that when I was in Chicago. White Castle. What's Culver's? Do you have Culver's, Gra?
No.
Butter burgers and cheese curds. That definitely sounds good, though. Wow. Gosh darn it. These assholes again.
I got them.
Yeah, I'm going to add them to the block list over here. I didn't block D. Here, you know what? Let me go in. Let me go into my YouTube. Let's see if I blocked D.
Amy got him.
Maybe I did block D. We'll look. Let's see. YouTube Studio. Maybe I did block D. Who the hell knows? Let's go here to settings. Community. Moderators. Hidden users. It's all these naked persons. These are they Bill Dub, Big Mike, Will, Carmen.
I thought you couldn't actually block them. Being a moderator or administrator, you can't block. It doesn't give you the block option. You can only kick.
I can block. I can block them. Yeah, I don't think you guys can.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Yeah.
Moderators can. You don't have that option.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking right. If you guys can see right here, I am looking at it, and no, I do not see D's name anywhere.
Type in DEE in the search window on
there's no search window on here.
Oh, there is no search window?
No. So there's nothing I can do. Here's what we'll do. We'll do hold potentially inappropriate comments for review. Let's do that. Maybe then we can get rid of some of these jerk off. But no, it wasn't on there. All right, shall we finish watching this Texas court stream?
Yeah, because I got to go pretty quick.
Pull up chat and YouTube again. I don't understand, Hayes.
Actually making contact. He said that we want.
Everyone's except for Eddie.
Yeah, I don't know why. I gotta be honest. I think D may have blocked me on accident.
Find anything in there except for some weed, and he has weapons, but he doesn't.
So for those of you that just got here, these people are on trial. It's a preliminary hearing for them. They're 2 felons, and they were caught with guns and weed.
Know where they are.
This is the detective who is undercover, so she can't show her face.
He knew he had weapons in the room. He knew he had weapons in the room. He said he doesn't remember where they are in the room, but yeah, he had in kitchen stuff and stuff like that. But he said we wouldn't find any drugs except for weed.
Damn potheads.
Did Ms. Simmons make any statements regarding the items that were found?
All right, girl.
Ms. Simmons alleged that she only had the room in her name and she wasn't staying there.
Right, Sneaky Pete? Not weed.
Did all of this take place in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
The marijuana that was found, was that over 1 ounce?
All combined, yes, ma'am, it was.
Crystals? What's crystals?
You stated earlier that there was some marijuana located in a runt bag. Can you tell us what that is?
It's just a packaging that it is used when they sell it. It's just something that they put it in, package it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll have to definitely try Culver's if I ever see one. Where are they?
I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, do you have a cross-examination with the detective?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Detective.
Sorry, Mr. Lewis, can you keep your camera on for me, if you don't mind? Thank you.
And Detective, you said that you were part of a Marshall's task force on this case?
I worked with the Marshall's task force. I'm not on the Marshall's task force.
Okay. And so, did you have any prior knowledge of any sort of investigation or anything going on as it relates to Mr. Boyd?
No, this
I
is
didn't know
in
about
Atlanta.
a prior investigation involving him. However, I did receive a
they're
tip
in
from
Atlanta,
a confidential
the
informant
restaurants.
who let us know that he was selling from the room and investigating, just trying to identify exactly who it was and what was going on. We came across the warrant and the Fourth Amendment waiver.
Tell me this guy doesn't sound like he's just like a jailhouse attorney. Like he got out of jail, so he decided to become an attorney.
And so is that that's when the Marshals became involved?
Yes, sir.
And on that particular day, I know you said that Mr. Boyd was sitting in a minivan outside of the room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, had he just arrived to the room? Had he just arrived in the minivan? Do you know?
Yeah, we had pre-surveillance there. He was in his room. He hadn't just arrived.
Yeah, I love White Castle.
And the room's not in his name. I know
You
you
suck,
mentioned
Hope.
a lot of things like, I think you said tattoo kits and things of that nature. Are you saying that somebody attributes these items to Mr. Boyd?
It wasn't just tattoo items in there. There was clothing in
Really,
there. There was
Hemi?
identification. There was papers in there. There was all kind of stuff. I was just listing all the different things that we saw because it appeared that they had been there for a long time with the amount of things that were there.
I know you said you had pre-surveillance, so you're saying that Mr. Boyd had previously been in the room. Do you know how long he had been in the van?
How long he been in the van?
Right.
He went in and out of the room. He'd been sleeping there. Like I said, we had pre-surveillance, so he had already been watching. So we watched him the entire time.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this then. When law enforcement first makes contact, do they go straight to the van or straight to the room, or both?
They did both. The van was literally right in front of the room. They did both.
Hold on, I gotta show you guys a video. Let me get it. Let me bring it up. Oh, this is to the old song that Mr. Nice Guy made me. Remember this song?
First one, wasn't it, he made?
Yeah, that's the first one he made. This is one of the Derek Chauvin trial in Minneapolis. They made me go to the drive-thru with my scooter. they wouldn't. So because of COVID, the only front door you could go through was a whole bunch of steps, and they wouldn't open the door that wasn't a step so I could go in. So they're like, just go through the drive-through. I thought you said you were ordering in there. That's why.
I was going to, but I had to capture this. It's too. It's just.
And the only reason I have my mask on because it's so fucking cold. It was snowing that day. Like, I'm freezing my ass off. I got the 360 going.
Oh, do you? This will be a better, different perspective.
We can do it together. We can share it. Like, I'm cold. That's the only reason why I'm wearing my mask. It's cold.
Yeah, I know. It does help.
Yeah. I had to go. Go to the.
Oh, okay, sweet. Buddy in the scooter's got to go to the drive-thru.
This was in Minneapolis at the Derek Chauvin trial. Are you playing dinner?
I'm going to sell you this footage because this is awesome.
Fucking Ty, I'm going to sell you this footage.
Watch it, it'll dump over easy.
I know, Ty, I'm trying to. I'm like, shut the fuck up, Ty.
Here, I'll grab the stuff. Just grab it and scoot away and make for the framing.
You just film it. There we go. We stopped. Our bus stop was right in front of White Castle too, so it worked out perfect.
You ain't kidding. What? You want the phone? You want me to hold it?
So we sent this video to White Castle, and they sent me a $5.
Yeah, I got water.
They sent me a $5 gift certificate to White Castle.
Cage-free eggs using this castle, and right below it, when available. I bet you they're never available.
What is that? What'd you say then?
It says cage-free eggs.
Oh, when available.
Right? But then an asterisk, and it says when available.
Yeah, this is at the Derek Chauvin trial. Me and Ty were sightseeing.
What was the song? Is it he does with the motorcycle, or is there a Purple Rain, or?
Purple Rain, yeah.
I still can't see D, guys. I still can't see him. Uh-oh. Are people setting off, hiding people on Orioles channel?
Drive-through. They said doors locked. I'm like, yeah, I know. You can't get up on the curb.
You should show that. Say, this is why Eddie had to go through drive-through on a scooter.
Oh,
yeah. I forget, does Ty show it? So that's the door.
This is the only doors open.
See, there's no handicap ramp. I couldn't get in the door, so they made me go to the drive-thru.
Go, Eddie! Thumbs up, buddy. Where are we eating?
Right here, we'll sit at the bus stop.
All right, sounds good.
For you.
Yeah.
That's me and Ty going to White Castle Burgers in Minneapolis.
Eddie, I think there's a new clip of the HA that we haven't seen. It's on Global News.
Okay.
2-minute clip. Came out 4 hours ago, so I think it's probably one we haven't seen.
Is it on YouTube, Global News?
Yeah. Yeah.
January hearing the history. It came out 4 hours ago. Here it is.
2 minutes. Yeah.
It wasn't as long as we had thought it might go on. Police were definitely prepared as the Hells Angels and their associates rolled into Toronto today. Now, while it was loud at times, it was also peaceful as these outlaw
Hey guys, do me a favor. Let's not bring the Oreo stuff to my chat.
Hells Angels on Carlaw Avenue. Around 11:30 this morning, Harley
If you want to do that in private.
onto Carlaw Avenue off Lakeshore Boulevard. This was the culmination of a memorial ride for former Toronto chapter president Donnie Peterson, who died last December at the age of 74. Hells Angels members and their associates from across Canada began the day in Newmarket, where breakfast was held at Leslie Street and Davis Drive under the watchful eye of York Regional Police. Roughly 500 bikers then made their way south down Highway 404 from Newmarket to Toronto. At one point, a biker crashed into the ditch. His injuries are still unknown.
I wonder what happened there.
The procession resumed south to the Don Valley Parkway, all the way to Lakeshore Boulevard, where the bikers turned east before coming up Carlaw, wearing their patches and full colors. While the bikers congregated for more than 3 hours, police officers from the RCMP, Toronto Police, and from Quebec gathered intelligence on the criminal organization, taking pictures and videos of those taking part.
Donnie was a legend in the MC motorcycle club world. So he was a good friend of ours, and we just wanted to honor him the way we did. So here we are. It was Donnie's last ride, as the flyer says.
I live in the hood, and it's part of my hood. And I think the fascination for people is because they're so mysterious and illegal. And people are kind of drawn to this.
Mysterious and illegal.
Like Gawking going to the CNE.
Now, while this was very peaceful, this was actually an unsanctioned event. That's because the Hells Angels applied for a permit to shut down this street, and they were denied by the city. That being said, police wanted to make sure that public safety was a priority, and so they did put up these barriers here, and there was only one lane of traffic allowed through. Now, coming up at 6 o'clock, we're going to tell you why some people were actually shocked.
Like that barrier's going to stop the Hells Angels from doing whatever they want.
Yeah, they had to do something, so they put up a bicycle rack. Okay.
Hey, by the way, guys, I just opened up the Discord chat, so if anybody wants to join Graw and I in the Discord chat, come on in.
To see that this event was allowed to go ahead. Some tourists who came from another country couldn't believe this actually happened here today. Back to you.
Oh, tourists! The tourists couldn't believe that actually happened. Oh no, we don't want to piss off the tourists.
I'm surprised if they don't mention Sonny Barger. I'm really surprised about that.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe there's they don't want to. Maybe just the same way that they don't really mention my name anywhere.
Sure, exactly, and that's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah.
And, right. Oh no, not the tourists.
So you see all the times I give away stuff for veterans, right? When my police officer friend and I used to do it for the homeless and the veterans, and he's the guy that lost his job at the Fresno PD office, right? So he asked me to send that video to Fox News of him, a cop, feeding the homeless. All the news stations refused to show it just because I sent it to them. They won't show anything that I have, ever. So...
Hope says that Discord is not unblocked.
It's not unlocked? Hold on, let me see. I thought I did. Am I totally fucking up that much today?
Oh, what is today? I thought today was Wednesday, so don't ask me.
Okay, try it now. Yeah, you thought today was Wednesday, right? That's right, so...
Yeah.
Hope is gonna... You know what Hope's gonna do? She's gonna come in here and yell at us. Will you guys stop playing, stop pausing, and will you guys stop talking during the fucking show?
And we've got the court up right now on pause. She's going to come in here and yell at us.
Yeah, she's going to tell us to press play on the fucking court because she wants to hear what happened, right, Hope?
Yeah.
You're
Put
muted.
her in charge of audio, video.
Right? I'm just going to you know what? I'm going to have to move to freaking somewhere close by her, buy a studio so she can come in the studio and push all the buttons for us. And she can sit there and slap us around. You guys, shut the fuck up.
Just buy her one of those houses she keeps looking at. She'd be fine. Don't have to be very big.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That reminds me of a story. So I remember my wife, she had always wanted a Volkswagen Bug. right? So I went out and I bought one of those little miniature Volkswagen Bugs, and I gave it to her on her birthday.
There she is. She's on mute. Don't tell her.
Yeah, she's on mute. What's funny is, though, I eventually did buy my ex-wife her Volkswagen Bug. And she didn't have... all right. You got...
I don't want to hear you guys anyways.
Oh, shut up then. Why are you in here? What are you doing in here then?
Hi, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole. Freaking... So here's a story for you guys. You guys will love this one. I just had back surgery, right? And my wife, she was working until like 11 or 12 o'clock at night. So she calls me. She's like, hey, I'm going to go to my friend's house. You know, her friend and her normally hung out. I forget her name. And I was like, all right, well, then I'm going to take my pain pills. I'm not going to wait up for you anymore, and I'm going to go to sleep. Like an hour later, she calls me. And she's like, the car won't start. I think it's because it's raining. So I'm like, I just took my pain pills. So anyways, I hop in my car. I drive over to pick her up. And I start the car, and it started right up. She told me she ran through a puddle and thought maybe that the electrical went out. So I'm like, okay, no problem. I'll drive your car home. You drive my car. So I'm driving the Bug home, and all of a sudden it dies again. And the oil light comes on. So I turn it off, and she pulls up to me. I said, was the oil light on before? She's like, yeah, it was on. So I slowly limped the car home. The next day, I get up in the morning, I go look, and she's telling me the story. And she's like, well, here's what happened. So, there's this big dip by my work, and normally I jump over it, but this time I hit it. I hit it with the car. So this thing that she normally jumps over with her Volkswagen Bug, she hit the oil pan and busted a hole in the oil pan.
Ripped the oil pan loose. Holy moly.
So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, she said she had left her friend's house. So I went where I found the car, and you could follow the little line of dripping oil all the way to her friend's house, her friend's driveway where she parked, and then all the way back to almost to her job. She just kept driving it with the oil light on after she hit a thing. So
I wonder it didn't seize up.
It did. It blew up the engine. She needed a whole new engine.
Oh, okay.
So we're at the engine shop, or the car, the mechanic, and I don't know how this guy did it, but he got our insurance to pay for it. And what I told him was she hit a dip in the road, and that caused a hole in the oil pan, which caused the engine to freeze. So my insurance actually replied to pay the deductible, but she got a new engine in her car.
Wow.
But yeah, that's what, she told, I ran through a puddle is how it started out. Then it went to, well, I can normally jump over this bump, but it's like, why are you jumping over your bump in a frickin' Volkswagen Beetle? Those cars are this far off the ground, and she's jumping a jump in her car.
Yeah. Yeah, those and Corvairs both, man. The oil pan's below the frame itself.
Yeah. And then what's funny is I actually crashed that car too. I was having a 16-hour surgery, and I was rushing to get everything set up. And you're nervous because the doctor actually told me it was a 50-50 chance of me dying. So I had to run to the store, and I come home, and her friend parked in my spot in the driveway. So I had to park her car on the grass. Well, the Volkswagen Bug, they only have this much room where the pedals are. So your feet are real close together. So I went to hit the brake, and I hit the gas instead because, I can't feel my legs. Ran right into the front window of the house.
Oh man!
So I've done stupid. I've done stupid stuff too, right? So
yeah,
but I didn't drive with the oil fucking light on.
Right.
It was a 1999 Beetle.
We had a party at one of my best friend's house. I don't know why that reminded me of this. Maybe it's because when you bought them out.
Yeah.
Had an old 72 Pontiac Grand Prix, and I parked in the yard, and I didn't realize it, and I went to get in my car to leave, and it had sunk all the way to the frame. And what had happened was I parked on top of his septic tank, and it collapsed.
Oh shit!
Busted the top of his septic tank out. My car didn't drop all the way in, but
Wow.
We all had a hell of a time trying to get my car out of the septic tank.
I bet it smelled good too afterwards, right?
Oh yeah, it was great. They tried to put plywood over it and everything until they got a new one, you know.
Wow. Yeah. Don't you just love that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah.
All right, maybe we should finally finish this this court case, huh?
No, let's leave it on pause for a while.
Let's leave it on pause for more, just for Hope.
Yeah.
We're gonna leave it on pause for you, Hope. Listen to her laugh. She can't stop laughing.
Oh, don't get her started. Okay.
See, now, wait a minute. What is Ultimate saying? I can't see Ultimate typing anything either, so...
I don't see Ultimate.
Oh, no, I do. Ultimate. I just saw Ultimate say hi, Nicole. Okay, so I can see Ultimate. Maybe I'm not seeing... I don't know what's going on.
He's in Twitch, I'm guessing.
No, Ultimate
No,
Gamer
he's not.
is in YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant
Is this all recorded?
Maybe it's me messing up. Maybe it's just the whole... I don't know. They like fucking with me. All right. We have only, what? We have only a little bit left in this court case. It's 13... We have like 10 minutes left, so...
The approach...
We'll get this thing finished.
I do not know if... I don't think the marshals wear body cameras, if I'm not mistaken.
Were you wearing a body camera?
No. I don't do the actual breaching. I'm not a... I was just on perimeter at that point.
Okay. And I just want to be very clear.
I'm not sure, EFO.
You said you're on perimeter. Do you actually enter the scene at some point?
It was just a straight old Beetle.
Yes. Yes.
Black one. I hated that car.
So only the marshals made the arrest?
The marshals go up first. They make the approach. They secure the scene. You know, I'm one of the people that hold the perimeter of the scene. Once it's secure, I can move in, but it's their scene until that point.
And I know you're saying that you weren't wearing a body cam that day. Is there any uniform officer on, or any officer wearing a body camera that day?
There is a uniformed officer present whenever we execute a warrant. So that officer should have had a body cam going.
You remember which officer it was?
I do not remember which officer it was.
Why does everybody act like kids on here?
Who had the conversation where you're saying that Mr. Boyd was making these statements? Who had that conversation with him?
I did.
Was the uniformed officer present at that time?
He was in the area. I don't know if he was standing by or not, close enough to hear him saying that.
By the way, guys, this is what this is the kind of stuff we watch in the mornings.
Well, he was still, Mr. Boyd was right there at the car. So if the officer wasn't standing there, it should have been also recording going on inside the patrol vehicle.
Okay. So you're saying that he's making these statements after he's been pulled outside of the van?
Correct.
Near the patrol?
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the dash cam? Is that what we're talking about?
It should have been one inside the car. Yeah, no, I have not reviewed it.
I know you've mentioned that there was surveillance of the room, pre-surveillance. How long are we talking?
We were there earlier that morning.
Hopefully, Gra.
Yeah, she jokingly said, "Tell Eddie to fix it or I'm never coming back again."
And just so we're clear on that, on the day in question, the state's not alleging that he handled any contraband other than, I guess, you're saying there's marijuana on his person, but you're not alleging that he was in actual possession of any of that.
There's some people in the chat that are acting like kids.
No, it was inside
his
room. He was outside his room. Only what was on his person, we have that, but then there was stuff in his room, yeah.
I just don't want people bringing problems that you have over in Oreo's chat room to my chat room. My chat room is not for you to handle Oreo's problems.
Are you the only officer that would
I guess
reporting and questioning on this case?
I'm sorry, Gra?
Am I missing? I'm not seeing any.
No, it's not anymore. It's not anymore. Earlier they were.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I just, you know what, guys? If you go to my Discord, it's called the No Drama Club. Because I got enough drama that we talk about enough drama on the show already as it is. But what the politicians are doing to us, we need to stop fighting amongst ourselves. We're all on the same mission here. We want to make the United States better, right? Let's stop fucking fighting with each other and let's just get along. Jeez Louise. That's all I'm saying.
Hi, Gra.
Who's in here now?
Michael.
Who just showed up?
Michael Garvey.
Oh, what's up, Michael?
Let's see if we can finish the show.
Yeah, and then we'll let everybody talk.
Yeah.
Good job, Gra.
I'm the case detective once the stuff was found in the room and I took over from the marshals.
Okay, Hope. Just for that, we're gonna no.
All right, I had to stop because Hope laughed now, so we got to stop. It's Hope's fault now.
Okay, so 5-minute pause for Hope's laugh.
Yeah.
And then we can.
Can somebody please go tickle Hope so she'll laugh again? Because who said you had a cute laugh? Who was it?
She's holding her breath.
Look, there she is. She's laughing. We got her laughing again.
She's holding her breath.
My eyes are watering right now.
Okay, now, come on. We got to see that. Put yourself on camera now.
No, she won't do it. She won't.
Nope.
I bet you it's funny to watch her laugh, too.
We're not going to finish the show until you turn your camera on.
After the trial.
How many? Okay, how about this? Who will donate how much money to get Hope to turn on her camera?
Yeah, Hope has a Cash App. Yeah.
Yeah, what's your Cash App, Hope? Donate to Hope's Cash App.
Oh my God.
Is it $ Hope Arising? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, so $ Hope Arising. We need it.
And you know why she got the $ in there? Because she's trying to make that mighty dollar. Sage says you won't be laughing in the Jello pit. Wait a minute. Yeah, I want to see what is up with this Jello fight.
I don't understand what is going on with this Jello pit thing that Sage was talking about earlier too.
The old Jello wrestling, the old biker girls, or the girls used to have. We used to have Jello wrestling. You never seen that?
I like the mud wrestling better, or the lube wrestling better. Remember,
Jello wrestling was pretty good because it was edible. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Well, the only reason I say that the lube medicate because I remember this movie Old School, which I really love, and remember, I don't know if did you see that movie, Gra?
I think so. Yes.
It's a Will Ferrell movie, and they started a fraternity, right? And so they had this 99-year-old guy who joined the fraternity, or something. He's something like that. His name is Blue, and he gets to wrestle 2 girls. And so Will Ferrell's like, Blue, are you sure? Look at them. They're going to kick your ass. Or something to that effect, right? And Blue just looks at him and he's all, ring the bell, you fucking P word, you know? And all of a sudden these girls take off their shirt and Blue just dies. He's like, and has a heart attack.
So there's Hope's Cash App for everybody.
There you go. There you go. Donate to Hope.
Thanks, John.
And Richard Hertz, no, when we mean by get on camera, she's not going to be taking off anything. Gosh darn it, Richard Hertz.
Yeah.
Hope is a goody girl.
We've corrupted her, but not that much yet.
Yeah.
So
it's funny. She's like, Eddie, why do you guys always say I'm a goody girl? And then she's like, Eddie, I can't come in tonight until later because I got Bible study. It's like, and you wonder why we think you're a goody girl. You go to Bible study. All right, let's hit play. Hope's like, finally. Say something, counselor. He's thinking.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, do you have any questions?
I do, Judge, briefly. And now, Detective, it sounds as if you are the lead detective when it comes to the issues of the guns and the drugs that were found in the room, as well as on the person of Mr. Boyd. Is that correct?
Yes.
But it also sounds like there was a prior investigation that involved Mr. Boyd solely. Is that also correct?
How do they let lawyers call in out of their car.
And the arrest warrant that was being effectuated against Mr. Boyd was for what charge?
He had some weapons charges that he was wanted for out of Clayton County.
All right. So the arrest warrant was for an individual who was alleged to have weapons in his possession. Am I correct?
It was a hold on, let me tell you exactly what it was.
I wonder if he's driving.
It was a felony violation of probation warrant is what the marshals were arresting him on.
All right. And was the violation of that probation for possessions? Well, let me ask you this. Was the violation of that probation, if you know, was that also for a weapons violation?
It was a weapons violation.
Okay. So you are coming there to arrest an individual who, according to prior investigation, is already possessing weapons. Is that correct?
Correct, which is why the marshals executed it.
All right. Now, Mrs. Simmons is not alleged to be part of that prior investigation. Is that also correct?
To my knowledge, she is not a part of it.
You spoke a little bit about a confidential informant who was involved in the case that gave you some information concerning Mr. Boyd. That confidential informant did not give you any information regarding selling drugs, regarding Ms. Simmons selling drugs. Is that correct?
Not of her selling drugs, but she was present. We did have knowledge of her being present in the room when this stuff was going on.
Knowledge of what stuff was going on?
Just so you know, folks.
The narcotic sales, of the illegal narcotic sales, she was identified.
No, she's the detective
as well.
She's an undercover cop.
She has not been identified as participating in those narcotic sales. Is that correct?
As actually selling or doing the hand-to-hand transactions? No,
correct.
They had said that she was in the room during the transactions.
All right. During the transactions, but not participating in the transactions?
To my knowledge from my CI, during those transactions with the CI, no.
Okay. And so you've indicated that the room was in the name of Mrs. Simmons.
Correct.
What was the method of payment that was utilized to pay for the room? Do you know?
I do not know how she paid for the room.
Do you know if she even paid for the room?
Well, she said that she just paid for the room, and that's why she was there. She said she had to go in and pay for the room. And it was in her name. She had to go up there and pay, which is why she was present right then at that time. That's what she said.
All right. But do you know if she was using a method of payment that is tied to her? For example, do you know if she was using a credit card
Wayne.
For Mr. Boyd?
Thanks for stopping by.
But the room was simply in her name.
Wayne.
I don't know how she paid.
I can't see Wayne. Oh, wait, there's Wayne.
She indicated to you that she did not stay.
He blocked you.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that you found specific items and you spoke about those very specific items that were in the room that belonged to Mr. Boyd. What were the very specific items that belonged to Mrs. Simmons that were in that room?
But I think we're going to win it, right, Gra?
I don't have the registration and stuff like that here, but we had an ID of hers that was in the room, and we also had the hotel registration that was in the room, and we put that into evidence.
All right.
And I've already made the promise that if I win the lottery tonight, I'm
along with various female items inside the room as well.
Oh, are you?
I thought you were buying me a house.
I'm going to buy Hope a house.
Okay. Well, there you go.
You're gonna, and you're gonna buy me a 2022 Chevy 3500 dually crew cab.
There you go.
Registration, and we took photos of her ID and different things like that we found in the room.
So specific to Mrs. Simmons, you found her ID.
You're only talking about one room for all of them, right, Gra?
No, I'm going to set them up.
Okay, there you go.
And she had just used.
Andy says, I'm going to take my team to work at McDonald's.
I don't know if that's what she used to pay for the room. I don't know if she had it.
She had to use an ID in order to keep the room in her name. Is that correct?
I don't know what she had with her when she paid for the room. I know I found her ID inside the room.
There's a freaking party going on in my Discord, and not even there.
Which was consistent with what she told you, and that the room.
Is there a party in your Discord?
Correct.
Yes, I found the registration inside the
room. Can I join in? Go out.
Now you indicated that you found female items. Do you know if Miss Mr. Boyd had another female in the room at any time.
Yeah, Breezy, Linda, and Robin are over there.
We have not identified any other female in the room, and we saw Miss Simmons in the room. We have not seen any other female in there, with the exception of her.
I got to get back on that screen. What did Hemi say?
He said buy a hotel.
Well,
now,
there you go.
That's thinking outside the box. That's how you not only save money, you make money. It takes money to make money.
There you go.
People say, well, they're like, what would you do if you won the lottery? They're like, I would buy a house and I would buy a new truck. I'm like, no, buy a real estate company and buy a Chevrolet dealership. I'd buy a new Harley. No, buy a new Easy Rider outlet, and you can ride a different bike every day for the rest of your life for free.
There you go.
Doesn't make much. But they're like, no, I want to buy. I'm like, no, invest.
Yep.
Yeah, think smarter.
I'd buy a whole shitload of cheap houses in the ghetto and just rent those bad boys out. Taking all of that money.
No.
Why not?
Because it's cost you more to fix them up. You'd be getting phone calls every month. My hot water heater's out. The roof's leaking. My fireplace got on fire. You know, the electrical outlet. You know.
I guess you're right,
Air conditioner blew up. Shit, it's gonna cost you money.
Yeah, well.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. But buy an old hotel that needs work and have it redone, and you start from there, or even buy, or build a hotel. I worked for a guy. I'm making a long story even longer. I was a maintenance supervisor in Dallas for a hotel chain called the Hearth Side Inn for 2 years.
It was on Harry Hines Boulevard.
It was on Harry Hines Boulevard. It sure was.
Was it really?
Yes, right up the road from Baby Dolls.
Did they rent it by the minute?
They rented it by the night. They sure did, but it was $200 a night. But they, but the girls that worked at Baby Dolls, because it was an extended stay hotel, it had the icebox and the stove and the coffee pot and everything you need. They do your laundry for free and But I talked to the owner. His name was Dale Bullock. I said, Dale, how much does it cost you to build one of these hotels? He said $5 million each, and he had them in Switzerland. He had them all around the world.
I
said, how long does it take you to make your money back on that $5 million investment? He goes, 6 months.
Wow.
So he makes his money back in 6 months. After that, everything's profit.
Yeah. Wow.
Now that's an investment.
That or storage units too. You buy a storage facility or you build a storage facility. Those are big money.
You've always got the one lady that brung all her stuff in there that was infested with fleas and cockroaches and everything, and it infests the whole damn thing. So you're paying out. There's always something. Or somebody parks an old car in there and it catches on fire when they start it. It burns the place down. And then you gotta crap.
Jeez, are all my ideas bad? Jeez, come on.
So far. So far. No, storage facilities, you're right, is a good deal, yeah. But I think the bigger the investment, the better the return,
Well, not always, but most times, yeah. Just don't buy restaurants. Restaurants are losing for most parts.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, or bars. Bars make money, but then when the government wants to shut you down, yeah.
Yeah, most people buy bars because they want to drink for free.
Pretty much.
Indicated that you had been pre-surveilling.
Okay, hope you're ready. We're gonna start showing
the hotel for 24 hours. Is that correct?
I did not give a specific number as to how long we were doing pre-surveillance.
How long were you doing pre-surveillance?
We were there a substantial amount of time before the warrant was actually executed.
What is a substantial amount of time?
We were there time before the warrant was executed, not to give away what we were actually, where we were seated. That kind of.
I don't think that you can not say that information.
Of how long we were sitting there?
Correct.
We were sitting there a substantial amount of time.
I would ask the detective to answer the question that is
she
posed to her. It's relevant. She's indicated that they were there for a substantial amount of time, but she's refusing to say how long she was there for.
Yeah, I'm confused as to why that's not being shared.
Judge, based on what the detective is saying, and you had inquired as far as how the detective is dressed, it seems like to give the specific amount of time may certainly provide information that certainly we don't want out because of the undercover capacity of the detective. And so we were asking that.
I understand she can't take her mask, but I'm failing to understand. And if we need to pause the recording and pause the stream, that may, I don't know that, I think Mr. Lewis has her on cross-examination. He's trying to determine, I get where he's going with his questioning, and I do understand, and I want to make sure that everybody stays safe and all of that. I don't think Mr. Lewis doesn't want her to be safe, but I think we can pause the recording and pause the stream. But I don't know how that could be identifying, because substantial is a relative term. Substantial could be a couple hours, it could be 4 days, it could be 4 weeks, which I think that's what Mr. Lewis is getting at.
Well, Judge, because I don't know the answer to that, I would ask that that you go off alive and stop the streaming and possibly go to a breakout room, and the detective may be able to give additional information. But like I said, given that our narcotics unit, a lot of times that they're undercover, there are different specific details that certainly would give rise to their identity.
I do understand that. I'm going to pause the recording. I'm going to stop the stream.
And the problem is they don't ever come back. That was the end of it. They don't ever come back. Let me see where this one was. Yeah, they don't ever come back to this one. So we can't watch it. We don't know what happened afterwards. Oh, wait, hold on. Was this one before or after?
Some communication, and I know the deputies are keeping that at bay, but let's make sure.
Oh, no, this was beforehand. So they never showed it again, guys, so we can't see the rest. All right, we're going to do something for Hope tonight.
What are we going to do?
Oh, we are?
Yeah, we're going to our normal website, but this time...
Oh, gosh.
This time, instead of looking for girls, we're going to look for guys.
Oh, boy.
Just for Hope. And whoever else is in the chat room that's looking for a lovely prisoner in jail.
I obviously am.
Well, you never know. You never know, Hope.
The mission.
All right, pick out a letter of the alphabet.
F.
F. Okay, we're gonna go to F. Let's see what we got here. Now, oh wait, here this guy looks just like Graw, so I'm gonna pick this person, and they're in Ohio. Wait, this person's in Ohio. Oh my goodness.
Kismet. It's karma.
It's Kismet. It says his name is Michael Foyt.
He's 56 years old, father and grandfather.
Yeah, look at this. Hello, my name is Mike. I'm a 56-year-old single father and grandfather. I enjoy the outdoors.
Homicides.
Yeah. Only. Wait, it says, hold on. Whoa, let me get there. My hobbies include woodcrafts, creative writing, reading, and music. I am a retired outlaw biker and love Harley Davidsons and Indian motorcycles. I am 15 years into a sentence of 45 to life for 2 homicides. I love to meet people and will answer all letters, and we look forward to hearing you. Best wishes, Mike, a.k.a. Malfunction. This guy is definitely for you. Look at him. Wow.
No. Pass. Swipe left.
Picky.
But you know, though, I guarantee you, he's probably gotten at least 30 to 40 emails or messages from this alone. You know that the girls like the bad boys and the bikers. You know that I guarantee at least 30 or 40 women have hit this guy up. What do you think, Ra?
Yeah, at least.
Right?
One of them is actually Hope is, it probably was, it's like a karma thing. Hope is probably sitting there going, God, I hope he doesn't find Michael. And what do we find? We found Michael.
Yeah.
He's already said,
right?
Got him on speed dial, probably.
She's like, God damn it, why, how did they know me so well? They found the one guy that I'm chatting with.
It's a conspiracy.
It is. Oh, wait, this guy's over by drunk uncle. He listened. It said, oh no, now he's in Maryland. I thought it said North Carolina, but it says I'm a 30-year-old Pisces. I'm 5'10", 190 pounds, with an athletic frame. Oh, listen to this. I have green eyes that'll memorize you with long brown hair you'd love to run your hands through. I don't see any long brown hair in the photo. I am cool.
Here's the funny thing. We're looking for men, and look who shows up. Helen. Hey, Helen.
Hey, Helen. Hi, Helen.
Hello there. How are you guys?
Good. We're looking for guys for all you ladies out there.
Exactly.
Right?
I know, right, Christy? It doesn't look like the sexy cowboys from the other night.
Sexy cowboys? Yeah, we had sexy cowboys on the other night?
Wizzy went to the rodeo.
Oh. You guys are confusing Chris's channel with mine? Jeez.
Yeah.
So
no, we're just comparing the men that we see on the channel.
Oh, okay.
Put the screen up with all of the choices and let the ladies pick which one.
Okay, yeah. Well, there's like so many choices here. What are you guys interested? Give me all some traits that you want to see. Either areas they're in, races, hair color, hairstyle. Give me something.
Chippendale.
Is Chippendale a style? I didn't know Chippendale was a.
Type in the name Chip and see if we can find someone named Chip.
Oh, you guys want squirrels?
Answer.
Squirrels.
Yeah, Chippendale the squirrels. Okay.
Weren't they squirrels? So if you pick a picture, ladies, pick a name. Tell me a name to look up, and we'll click on them for you guys. Oh no, I already found the winner. Sorry, I found him. Here we go.
Hope, are you sure you don't want us to pause the stream?
Look at this winner right here. Well, let me make sure.
There.
Here we go. That's a winner for you ladies right there. His name is Danny Flores. Oh my, I've been down since early 2016. He's down. So far, this journey has had its
sex trafficking.
Huh?
I'm dancing.
Conviction sex. Oh my gosh, he's looking for a prison pen pal, and his conviction is sex trafficking.
Oh. Yay.
He's going to get a letter. He's going to send you a letter back. All right, ho, here's what you're going to do. You're going to go out to the corner. You're going to sell yourself, and you're going to send that fucking money over here and put it on my books. Right?
Okay.
And he's Christian.
Of course.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Bless his heart.
Yeah. Are you Catholic, Hope?
Good night, Andy.
Good night, Andy.
Night, Andy.
Let's see, who else can we... this guy looks all right. Here we go. He's got a nice smile. Happy New Year. Aggravated robbery. He gets out in 2030. Wait a minute. If you're not getting out till 2030 for robbery, there's definitely was some weapons involved.
Yeah, he stole somebody's heart.
He's in jail because he stole somebody's heart. Hey, this guy looks like damn it. It looks like, what's that guy from Kurt Sutter, is that his name? Kurt Sutter or something like that? You know what? You know the actor, the director.
No idea.
Do you ever watch Sons of Anarchy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the guy who got his tongue cut out in jail.
Oh, gross.
Oh yeah, that was God. What was his nickname? I can't think of it.
Yeah, but look, doesn't it kind of looks like him? He's in Delano. He said, I have included my 128G criminal history to show the reader. I have nothing to hide. He's got carjacking and he's in for 3 strikes. That means he's never getting out. Oh, he can get out in 2024. I thought 3 strikes meant you can't get out. Let's read his criminal records. Let's see what it says. Oh, you can't really read it. He puts it up there, but you can't read it. Yeah,
hey, Andrew Murray.
I put it up there, but I can't read it.
Hey, Rebel. Hey, Andrew.
I'm not seeing any of these people. Is my chat frozen again? Let's see. All right, oh, wait. Here's Antifa for you. Here's a little Antifa-looking dude. Here you go. He's in there for indecency with a child. Yeah, he looks like a pedophile. Holy shit. 2035 is his earliest release. Wow. Little pedophile.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Somebody said another letter. Let's look. What did somebody say? I thought I saw somebody say a letter.
I said Z.
You said Z? You want to look at... Well, they don't have Z. They have X, Y, and Z. Here's Z. Abad Zabal. Jonathan Zambrano. Oh, here we go.
Hunter Yerby looks way too happy for his picture to be taken.
Which one?
Which again?
Hunter Yerby.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's look up this kid.
Yeah, what's he so happy about?
It just says, please write this inmate. He's on drug charges. That's all it says. It doesn't say nothing more.
Aww.
Yeah, he's your local pot dealer. No, let's look up Jesse Zuno. This guy looks good for you guys. Here you go. Attempted first-degree murder. I mean, you know what? If you're going to date somebody in jail that's in there, you know, don't go for the guy that attempted murder. He couldn't get the fucking job done. Right? You got to go big. Get the person that's actually in there for murder.
He kills me.
He kills you. Oh, my gosh. And look, he's Catholic, but he doesn't get out till 2040, so... He's got a long ways to go. Here, this looks like a winner. Why does it always do that? Levi Young. Look at him. Look at him showing all that money. Where'd that money get you at, fool? Look at that. Look at all that money. Where'd that money get him?
What's Sam's?
He's 6 foot tall at 198 pounds. He's in jail for aggravated assault, contempt, CNC, whatever that means, and tampering with the witness. Let's see. He says you can look up the rest of me on my pictures on Instagram. Just look up Jungle Boy LB. All right, hold on. Let's go to Instagram.
Making all that money in jail selling soap on the ropes. What he's doing.
Let's see if we can search Instagram without being logged in. You gotta log in, don't you?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Doing it. I'm doing it.
Alright, well, Jungle Boy LB, is that what they said his name was? Jungle Boy LB. No?
Well, it's been deleted.
It's been deleted?
Yeah, I think. At least.
Oh, man, I'm just so disappointed.
I know, I wanted to go see him.
I'm sorry, Hope.
Well, shit. Well, son of a bitch.
Son of a...
Here, let's do the M's. How about some M's? Holy shit, there's a whole bunch of them. Oh, here we go. Larry May. Oh, he's a pet. They can have dogs in there, freaking.
Serving a life sentence without parole.
Oh, shit. He said, I had the honor of having a special guest stop by my cell in April 2021, Justin Bieber and his wife, to visit the California State Prison in Lancaster. Wow, he got to meet Justin Bieber. Why is Justin Bieber going and visiting people in fucking jail? The Pause for Life program has 35 dogs housed in my building. Their barking is music to my ears. We train, love, and care for our dogs. Now, I like that program. I really do, because you take a dog, you know, instead of killing a dog, they get to live. That's cool. I like that program. I'm not going to lie. I think that's a cool program. You know. Let's see. This guy looks like a serial killer. Douglas McKenna, what do you guys think? From Boston. Oh, no, from Texas. Does he not look like a serial killer, Douglas McKenna?
I would say that Joshua on the left looked more like it. But yeah, murder, non-family, gun.
Yeah. Joshua. You mean Joshua Maines, this guy?
Yeah, he looks more like a serial killer.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? I guess so. Misconduct involving weapons. It's a misconduct, but his earliest release date is 2032. Wow.
What?
Yeah. Who's watching what?
Oh, me. Sorry.
Gosh darn it. I'm trying to... Here's Antifa in Boise, Idaho. Oh, he's a Mormon. You don't say.
Let's look in the A's and see if there's any Antifa.
Oh, no. I found the prisoner of the year here for you.
Oh, gosh.
Hope already knows where I'm going, don't you? He's serving a life sentence without parole for murder. Hey everyone, how's it going? I hope you're doing well with good health. Let's get to it, shall we? He's in Tehachapi State Prison. I actually drive by there on my way to every time I go to Las Vegas. Let's see. But it's an ugly scenery. It's the prison is ugly, but the scenery outside the prison is nice. Called the beautiful chaos. Here goes a photo so you know how I look. Don't you just love those tattoos? Wow.
Well, he's never getting out, so.
Well, that's true. Who cares, right? I am seeking friendship. What else? And a person with positive energy. All right, what letter did you say to go to Gra?
A for Antifa.
A for Antifa. We'll go to A for Antifa. Oh, Hassam Al-Ani. I'm a single man who loves his mother. It just says conviction, 922 G 841.
So that's why he's in prison for loving, for having sex with his mom.
Maybe.
Good night, Indigo.
Good night, Indigo. Let's see. Let's see if there's any other winners on here.
Spartacus Sagittarius said his prison name is Sprinkles.
Sprinkles. Oh, here you go. Rodney Atkins. Tell me this guy doesn't look like a serial killer. Right? Oh my gosh. I love it how it says.
Did he say it was 2063?
Yeah, 2063.
He looks like that meme. Those little memes, those little bobbleheaded memes.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I'm having too much fun with this stuff. Let's see. Are there any other good ones? Okay, this guy looks too clean cut to be in jail. Let's see what this guy's in jail for. Premeditated murder with aggravated child abuse, serving a life sentence. Holy shit.
Wow.
I'm a 40-year-old male Sagittarius who was born in Kentucky but came to Florida to pursue a relationship.
I didn't know. Well,
Stalker.
Yeah.
Stalker.
Oh, yeah.
I chased her all the way to Florida.
Like that guy earlier on the court. Remember, he got 12 or 10 months in prison for...
Yeah.
What did he do? He...
Revenge porn.
Yeah. Did you see that earlier, Hope?
Yeah.
So for those of you that weren't watching,
a lot of trouble.
yeah. So if you guys weren't watching earlier, there was a guy on there, and he recorded his girlfriend giving him oral, whatever you want to call it, and then she broke up with them, and so he went through her phone, found that video, and also a video of her playing with herself, and then sent it to her dad because she broke up with him and he wanted her back. Yeah, that's gonna get her back.
Yeah. But remember, we've been over that. If he would have only sent it to one person, it wouldn't have been whatever it was, but he sent it to more than one.
Yeah, he sent it to the uncle and the dad. Hey, here's a gra. Oh, we found another gra. Gra, look at this.
That's actually me.
Is that actually you? Here you go. Here's a winner. Look at the face tattoos on this one. He's for carjacking and robbery. Any age or race can write me. And we should send him a letter. Hi, I'm an 80-year-old lady. Can I marry you and I can come in for conjugal visits? Let's see. Look at this guy. Look at all the tattoos on this dude's face.
You know, when they say carjacking, you know what I mean? There's got to be more to it than that. You know, it's either past history or carjacking. Oh, and there was also a dead body in the trunk.
Yeah. Of course.
It wasn't mine. Those are not my pants.
Yeah. You know, that's not my trunk. You know, yeah, it's part of my car, but that's not my trunk.
I borrowed this car.
Yeah.
From who? The person that's in the trunk.
No, you know, I only rented the car, not the trunk. Look at this one. Attempted second-degree murder. His name is Jesus.
Or Jesus.
I know it's Jesus. Leave me alone. Damn it. Oh, I thought this was a girl at first. Anthony Cano. I thought that was a girl. I really did. I did. Aggravated. Oh, and look what his religion is. His religion is Santeria. Do you guys know what that is?
I have no idea.
It's like witchcraft. It's like voodoo.
Yep. Awesome. But I believe is it Haitian or not?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. Or Creole or something like that, I believe.
It was a song, though. I don't practice Santeria. I ain't got no crystal balls. You know what song that is? Hope you might know that.
I know that song.
It's, who is it? It's, why can't I think of it now? But I'll pop that Sancho and I'll slap him. I really ought to know. My baby.
George Jones.
No, it's not George Jones. It's Sublime. Sublime, right? Sublime.
Might be right.
I think I am.
I may be crazy.
You know, we can play cover bands. I found out. So let's see, Sublime cover.
Yeah, that's right.
What song is it called though? Santeria. Oh, it's even called Santeria.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm up here tonight.
Okay, that's enough of me making you guys hear me and my lovely singing voice. Here you go. This guy's in for first-degree murder too. He's serving a life sentence. If he gets,
says, if I get free, I will open my own tattoo shop.
That's funny. I was just gonna read that. That was like the first thing that my eyes saw. Oh my gosh. Let's see.
A for optimism.
All right. He's serving a life sentence, but ladies, if he does get out, he's opening up a tattoo shop. Let's look up surgeon.
Make sure you submit your designs.
Right. He's all. I took my razor apart and I made a tattoo gun here in jail. Chuckawalla State Prison. Where's that? Oh, that's in California. This dude gained a lot of weight in prison. Look at this dude.
Brian Chevalier.
You want to see him? Okay, let's look up him. What's he in for? First-degree murder, and he's not just Catholic. He's Roman Catholic. I also have access to core links, whatever that is. His favorite group is The Cure. That's going to go over very well in jail. It's Friday. I'm in love.
Day.
Huh?
I missed picture day. So the only photo I have for now is this one taken in 2018.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, he loves The Cure. Let's see the Cure cover. We'll play Friday. I'm in love.
I close for now before I get boring. I'm like, you should have never even said anything.
Hold on. Let's see. Where's The Cure? Friday. Isn't that what the song is called? Friday. I'm in love. There we go. Let's see. Yeah. This one. These kids are actually pretty good.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray, and
Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Friday. I'm in love. I know you guys remember that song. Saturday, Sunday, you can pay. Well, I don't even know the rest of the words. I'll shut up. The Cure. You're not going to get very far in jail saying you love The Cure. Who else? Oh, look at the hat on Aaron Cook. There you go, Hope. He looks like your type.
Where?
Aaron Cook. Huntsville, Texas. And he's Cajun.
Really weird.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. How is Cajun a race? Look at his race, Cajun. I didn't know Cajun was a race. His earliest release date is 2040.
Oh, wow. Well, it's in there for manslaughter, so.
Yeah, manslaughter. No big deal. Let's see. Let's look it up. Who else can we pick for Hope? Okay, Caesar a dud. Let's look up...
Wait. Go all the way down again.
Okay.
There was a guy that looked like Nicolas Cage.
There's a guy... Oh, which guy? This guy? Sterling Clay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Calm down.
She got all excited.
Calm down.
I was like, wait, that looks like Nicolas Cage.
You think he looks like Nicolas Cage?
Kind of.
Okay. He's a Catholic. He's in for aggravated robbery, and his earliest release date is 2029, ladies. Write him at, let's see, where do you write him at? Sterling Clay, Larry Gist, 3295 FM 3514. Yeah, he's in Beaumont, Texas. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely does.
Likes to earn his keep.
Let's see. Let's look in the D's. Oh, this guy. Look, this guy is way too happy to be in jail. Oh, look at those.
Oh, no.
Look at that smile. Look at that smile.
I'm finally where I want to be in jail.
He's looking for men.
Are you serious? Oh, shit, he is. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Wow. Wow.
So if you guys want to write him, you know.
Yeah,
there you go.
Free.
Feel free.
What was his inmate number again?
Hold on. Where'd he go? Here you go. His inmate number is 306-532 in Bergen, Kentucky. Christopher Dressing.
You have to read, so this has got to be great. This has got to be worth the read.
Oh, you want me to read his? Okay, I'll read his.
Yeah.
You want me to do it on my all right. Hey there.
Because obviously, look how happy he is. He's like, I'm finally home.
Well, yeah, because he's gay and he likes men. I mean, what better place to be than in jail?
Exactly.
Why does he want a pen pal if if he's in jail with all,
Because he's trying to get money. He's trying to get somebody to put some money on his books. That's why they do it.
Well, you think he's probably making a lot of money if he's, well, anyway, never mind.
How about this? You know what? Wait a minute. Hey, no, check this out. Okay, hold on. Let me take a screenshot of this. Hold on. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do.
What is this about?
I'm taking a screenshot of this. I'm gonna actually send this guy a letter. Okay? And I'll bet you money the first thing out in the very first letter that he sends me back, he's like, it's the only letter I can write you back because I don't have any money on my books. If you want another letter from me, could you help me out by putting some money on my books so I can buy some envelopes? I bet you that's what he's doing. No, I bet you money.
And then when he asked for your picture, send him hopes. But like,
I was gonna send him your picture.
Send him girl's picture.
No, seriously, I'm gonna write this guy tomorrow. I'll mail this fucker out tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
Send him my picture that Hope has of me with my tinfoil hat and my sunglasses.
No, I'll make a picture, put some sparkles in your beard, and we'll send them that.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah. All right. He says, "Hi there. Thanks for stopping by. As you can imagine, interpersonal relationships are pretty rare and difficult to come by in prison. I'm hoping to meet people through here to help fill that little..." Oh my God, I can't even read that straight. Do you see what he says? Hold on. I'm hoping to meet people through there to help fill my little void in life.
Oh, so he has a little void. Yeah, was that an insinuation?
Oh my! Hey, Gra, he wants you to fill your little void or his little void.
It's been so long since I had my little void filled.
All right, I'll finish reading it.
Okay,
go for it, Hope.
You have to read it real sexy though.
Oh gosh.
I'm sorry, I just can't stop laughing from "fill the little void in my life." That's just...
He has more than one void also. Do you notice that?
In order for me to read this, you have to be quiet, Gra.
Oh, okay.
I have to say this. It's better than having a large sloppy void.
Yeah.
That's true. That's definitely.
Avoid the sloppy void.
Okay, Hope, go for it. I'll be good.
People who can see beyond the headlines of my incarceration and realize that individuals' actions don't define my whole person. Sound like you? Please keep reading. Smiley face.
You sound like Biden. You sound like Biden reading his thing. You know what? Let me do it.
Prison life can be pretty monotonous day to day, especially for someone like me who keeps to themselves most of the time. Messages and conversations with people would definitely be an amazing addition to my time. I'm a fairly laid-back person who just loves to go, quote-unquote, with the flow. I'm very easily entertained, twisted sense of humor, and always up for getting to know others through their life and experiences, if you know what I mean. I always keep an open mind about people and their interests. I'm never judgmental. Definitely only looking for the same. Some things about me. Spend a lot of time reading fiction books. Quite the news junkie. Granted, lately it's very depressing.
I'm dying. Stop.
I should write him as me. Yeah, if you're a news junkie, you probably saw me on the steps of the Capitol.
Easily entertained. It's like he's in jail masturbating to things that he thinks he sees on the wall. Oh, that looks like Snoopy.
Look at Paul Bringle. He's like, "Hey, it's sexy Hope talk." Oh my gosh, we're gonna have a new show, folks, coming up tomorrow night after Live PD. Sexy Talk with Hope.
Yeah.
I'm not done reading, guys.
Oh, he's not done. Okay, I'm that quiet. I'm sorry. I'm quiet.
When is live on? When is Live PD?
When?
Finish it, Hope. Finish.
I love to go hiking, bike riding, jogging, walking, as ways to stay active. Prefer to travel to new cultures, not just locations. And I am a huge technophile. Love all to do with computers, technology, and general gadgets, etc. You know, if you know what I mean.
You know what I mean.
I'm open to talking about everything with reason. Ha ha! Whether it be casual acquaintances or more involved relationships, like conjugal visits.
Wait, did it say that?
I look forward. I look forward to getting to know people.
Hey.
My institution uses Access Corrections app /website. And for messaging, we use the JPay app website. When receiving letters and cards, while receiving letters and cards is amazing, JPay is much easier to communicate for me. What are you waiting for? Hit me up. Let's chat.
Well, shit. I need to fucking email this dude real quick.
What are we waiting for, man? What are we waiting for? I think right now is as good a time as any that we just do this right now on the show.
Okay, hold on. We'll write the letter that I'm gonna send tomorrow. How about that? Let's write a letter to this guy. Hold on.
I think the ladies should help.
Mike, let me open up Microsoft Word here. Okay. Hold on.
We can get some input from everyone in the chat. What should we say? Right?
Yeah.
I'm looking for a way to fill my small void.
From one person with a small void to the other.
No. Hold on. Let me see. Let me do this. Hold on. I think I can do this.
I loved your letter. I'm particularly interested in your void.
Let's see. Oh, I can't get this. Let me see. Hold on. Let me try it this way, maybe. Let's see if I can do it this way. What is that called? Windows.
See if we can get the chat to help us write a letter.
I'm trying to see if I can actually show it to you guys in here. Where's my mic? I can't. Because I got my Microsoft. What is that? Word. That's what it is.
Microsoft Word.
I'm trying to show you my Microsoft Word so you guys can help me write this.
Look in the void file.
Cancel.
I like hiking and running after beautiful butterflies in open meadows.
Hold on, let me see.
Like long walks on the beach and killing turtles.
Oh, that's sad.
It's not showing it, damn it.
I like shadow puppets.
You like shadow puppets?
And sock puppets.
Hold on, let's see if I can find this here.
Now we can do this. We're on a mission now.
Yeah, right? Now we're definitely on a mission now.
Yeah. There's no stopping us. No, we might have to take some donations. Where are we? Is it like an email, or do we have to physically mail something?
I'm gonna physically mail this to this guy.
Okay.
I don't know why I can't share the screen.
At one time in Bandcamp.
I don't know why I can't get it done here. I can't how about this one? Nope. I'm trying to show it. If not, then I was gonna write it anyways, and I'll tell you what I'm writing. Yeah, I can't. For some reason, it won't let me show you guys my Microsoft Word. Why not?
User error.
It's definitely user error. Okay, sorry. Well, you know, you guys can look at him while we do this. Or here, because nobody else is on camera but me, so. Okay, so let's do this. All right, what I'm gonna tell you what I'm writing. Microsoft Word. All right, we're gonna say what's his name? Chris?
Christopher.
Okay, I'm going to say, my dearest Chris. Hi, my name is John. No, I have to use my real name because I got to make sure it comes back to me. Hi, my name is Eddie. I just saw you. I just saw your profile on, what is this called? Prison Pen Pals? On Prison Pen Pals. Prison Pen Pals. Where does he say I'm looking for? Oh, here we go. To fill that little void in my life. So I said I would love to fill your little void.
They call me, my nickname is Ready Eddie.
My nickname. No, let's just say that let's see, what should I write? We're just gonna write something quick and simple.
Yeah, like they don't call me Rock Steady Eddie for nothing.
Oh my gosh.
Like
oh, wait a minute. Richard Hurst looks like he knows how to write these very well. Look, he's all, hi, my name is Eddie Block, and I'm a chronic masturbator. I meant I'm a great debater.
I do like to fill my time with it.
Actually, no, Richard Hurst. He says he's looking for a man. And so I made a bet. I bet these people that if I write this guy, he's going to write back, and it's going to be donate money to me or give me money. I guarantee it. Guarantee it.
Yeah, he can only send one for free, and from then on.
Yeah, that's what I think. I just want to see what happens when we do this.
My favorite things are filling time.
No, hold on, wait. No, I'm a filmmaker. Hold on. I'm a filmmaker. We got to tell them about ourselves first. I'm a filmmaker. And, oh my gosh, there used to be this one guy that would say, yeah, Eddie, I make movies. It's called Fun with Animals.
You have to start out with something that's believable, like, hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm a filmmaker, and would be very interested in hearing your story and would like to interact with you, as cheap as possible, or however you want to start it with.
Will you guys stop?
To make it sound like it could be like a real deal,
Well, no, I don't want him to think that we're doing this for money, because then he's going to ask for... I want to prove to you that the first thing he asks for is money. That's what I'm trying to do. So how about this? I'll say, I'm a filmmaker. Hi, my name is Eddie. I'm a filmmaker, and I just loved your profile. How about that?
Perfect.
Your profile. Because the first one, like you said, girl, we got to sound believable. I just loved your profile. What's next? Let's see.
I'm highly into technology.
Okay, hold on. I know right before that we should put I film all over the country. All over the country. And you may have seen me on the news. There we go.
You really want to give him your stuff? I mean,
what do you mean?
Are you gonna tell him who you are real? Or?
Well, the only thing I kind of have to, because I want the mail to be returned. I think I'm gonna have to get I think tomorrow I'll have to go buy a PO. You know what? Saturday I'll go buy a PO box, and I'll mail this off from the PO box. How about that?
There you go.
And then we'll start doing this. How about this? We'll pick an inmate every single week to mail a letter to.
Oh gosh.
How about that? No, seriously. I'll go over there and I will do this. I'll get a PO box and we'll send a letter to one every single month.
And we'll get everybody in Discord, everybody in chat to help us
write the letters.
Write a letter.
Yeah. And then we'll do. I'll open the letter right live on camera and I'll show it to you guys. We'll do it. We'll do it. It'll be. We'll call it prison.
Be sure and tell him you're kind of a big deal.
Tell him I'm kind of a big deal.
And I've filled many voids with my big deal.
So I'm still gonna use the name Eddie, but I'm not gonna tell him. I'll use a different last name just for, purposes. Yeah. You may, and maybe he might write back and say, "Hey, would you like to interview me?" It might turn around into a good thing. You never know.
Right.
Let's see.
I may be a little package, but.
Well, we're gonna wait. We gotta do the kind stuff first. Then the next paragraph will be that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and eventually you have to tell him. You may have seen me on YouTube. My name is Minnie Tifa.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. I love electronics. No, wait. What? I'm a filmmaker. What else should we say? I'm a workaholic. I'm a workaholic. And I need someone to take my stress away. How about that? How does that sound?
Oh no.
Eddie, you're really into this.
I do it for you guys. I'm doing this for you guys. Plus,
now you notice he said more than once, if you know what I mean. So you have to talk his lingo. So I need to do things to relieve my stress. In quotation.
If you know what I mean.
Put some smiley faces in there.
Smiley face. Wink, wink.
Can you do smiley faces in WordPerfect?
Well, you just have to.
Or Microsoft Word?
Colon and parentheses.
Yeah, just the sideways.
Oh, there we go. I knew Hope would know how to do it. Let's see. Hopefully, let's see. What? Okay, now let's move on to the second sentence and start doing the stuff that Helen was saying. Maybe I can help you fill your void. Should we say that? Maybe.
No. Be kind of honest with it and tell him your void comment made me laugh.
Oh, okay. There we go. Your void comment made me laugh. And I just had to write you.
Yes, because you seem very articulate and educated. And what else?
I don't know. Should we say that? I just say, and I just had to write you. I think we should just end it there. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's see. What's next?
Some things about me.
Okay, some things about me. What can I say? What do gay people like to do?
I'm right-handed.
Oh my gosh! I just got it. It took me that long to get it. I'm like, why does he need to know that I write with my right hand? Now I get it. Oh my gosh, Helen, you're making me blush. I seriously, in my head, I'm like, why the fuck does he need to know I'm right-handed? Oh. Do you think he would get it though? I'm right-handed. Look at Richard Hertz. Richard is really getting into. He's like, this is my penis, and I've named him Venus. I live close to town, and I love going down. Oh my gosh, Richard should be writing this for us.
I see Richard. What the hell is going on here?
I also like reading.
Hold on, I got a Sagittarius says to tell him I'm a dog lover. So I'm right-handed, a dog lover.
I like to read.
I like to read books.
Porn magazines.
Hold on. I got a better idea. So I'm gonna say I love to read books. Let's see. Hold on. Wait a minute. Best porn or best. Hold on. Best gay romance novel. Let's look this up. Hold on. Let's see who it is. 50 must-read gay romance novels.
I was going to say, yeah, we got to look at it's just a big fan of whatever the number one author is.
Well, yeah, we're looking. Yeah, we should just do number one. Okay, let's go like number 5. How about number 5? You don't want to be top. Sea Lover by J.K. Pendragon. It's a quiet and reclusive fisherman and a merman who washes up injured on the beach near his cabin. The setting is a tiny and remote Canadian fishing town.
I may have to order that one.
MC's, I don't know what MC means, but it's a wizard's apprentice and a dreamy knight who spends to... Oh, this is a different... The lightning struck by heart. A wizard's apprentice and a dreamy knight.
Well, the sea lover is trans, and then the lightning struck is gay. So, you know.
Oh. How do you know that? Oh, okay, I see. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna.
Before we get to the book thing, we got to work him up into a sweat. Tell him in my spare time I like to work out on my what's the walking machine, the Pythion or what's it called, until I work myself up into a vigorous sweat.
Well, I think we'll do that for the next. We'll do that on the next question. My favorite book is The Lightning Struck Heart by T.J. Klune. The Lightning.
There you go.
Hold on, that's the name of it.
You might be able to just cut and paste.
I would, but then it would all be bold. The lightning, what's it called? The lightning what?
Are there any gay books with the word void in the title?
Oh my god.
That would be too obvious.
Would it? Okay.
What's the guy? The lightning heart struck heart by who?
The lightning struck heart. The lightning struck heart by T.J.
Okay.
Klune, Klune.
All right, perfect. I like to work out. This is the next paragraph. I like to work out and get hot and sweaty, because I love I like to work out because I like to be hot and sweaty. This guy's gonna read this and he's gonna be like, "This guy is fucking with me." I like to work out because I like to be hot and sweaty. I have a toned body. Well, how would a gay guy say it? I have a toned body with sweet, sexy curves. I lean a little bit to the right.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean I won't go left.
Oh my gosh, okay. It doesn't mean I won't go left. Okay.
Okay, so what are our favorite pastimes? Are what? Softball and what else?
Okay.
What?
I play on a LG. I play on a softball team. Now you got to remember though, he's gonna get the letter and look up where North Fork, California is, or where, or Fresno, California. So we got to make sure it's stuff that happens in this area.
Right.
You know, I think
some of my favorite pastimes.
I think I will get. You know what? I'm gonna get it in Fresno. I will get my post office box in Fresno. That's what I'll do.
So you said you like baseball?
It says I play on a softball team.
Sort of. I'm the ball boy. And I like to handle the bat. And I like the bats.
Yeah, I like to apply the sure grip on bats.
I organize them.
I think my favorite part of this is watching Eddie's reactions.
In the spare time, I like to mow in the hot sun in my spandex shorts.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. What else? What can we do next? I live in the mountains. Here we go. I live in the mountains because I can be free.
Where the men are manly.
Free and the men are manly. Okay, there we go.
I like the ones that look like lumberjacks.
I must admit, I have a thing for lumberjacks.
Large chainsaws excite me.
No. I have a thing for lumberjacks. I love watching them climb up those trees.
It's like a pole.
I was gonna say pole. I was gonna say pole, but they're trees, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I
They
like
go
to take. I have
They
a
climb
pond.
they climb the tree so slow, but they go down so quick.
No, let's keep it somewhat safe. All right, so then I'm gonna say, hit me up. No, I shouldn't say hit me up, huh? Waiting to hear from you. Waiting to hear back from you.
Yeah. See, you want to make it sound like we're a virgin, so you want to say Christy's got something. So Brokeback Mountain changed my life.
Chris, oh no, Chris says you live in Brokeback Mountain. No, how about this? I've never done this
kind of thing before.
This kind of thing before. So
please keep it between me and you.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know.
It gets boring in the mountains when all I have to do is shadow puppets.
And just on a personal note, I'm shaved top to bottom.
Oh my gosh! All right. So let me
and
see
the sun glistens off of my body in the sweltering heat.
Let me make this bigger so I can. That's what she said.
Don't tell your cellmates.
All right. So here's the letter. Here's the letter going out to this guy, my dearest Chris.
Okay, what do we got so far?
Okay, here. No, I'm done. I'm not gonna change shit anymore. I'm done.
Okay.
All right. I'm done.
Okay.
You guys are making too much fun of me. Plus, you don't want to go over the top, right? You don't want to scare this person off. So how about this? My dearest Chris, hi, my name is Eddie. I'm a filmmaker and I just loved your profile. I feel all over the country and you may have seen me on the news. I'm a workaholic and I need someone to take my stress away. If you know what I mean. Smiley face, smiley face. Next paragraph. Hold on, I forgot to indent. We got to do this right. Let's see. Your void comment made me laugh, and I just had to write you. Some things about me. I'm right-handed. Hold on. I'm right-handed, a dog lover, and I like to read books.
Okay, we have to add that I'm right-handed, but I like to sleep on my left side.
No, that's going too far.
Okay.
The Lightning Struck Heart by T.J. Klune is my favorite book. Or is one of my favorites. That's what it is. One of my favorites.
Keep talking like that. I'm gonna go get paper towels.
You notice I changed it because of fucking. Richard Hertz always has to take it too far. God damn it. I like to work out because I like to be hot and sweaty. I have a toned body, sweet sexy curves. Oh, and I forgot the and. Hold on, and sweet sexy curves. I lean a little bit to the right, but it doesn't mean I won't go left. I play on a softball team and I play on a softball team and do hot yoga. Now, next paragraph. I live in the mountains because I can be free and the men are manly. I must admit I have a thing for lumberjacks. I love watching them climb up those trees. And then it says, I've never done this kind of thing before, so hopefully you'll write back. Waiting to hear back from you.
We got to edit that. I love to watch him slide up those trees and sensually slide down.
That's going too far, I think. We got to start off slow,
All right. Yeah.
Because if we go way too far, think about it.
But you got to stroke his pole a little bit. So just climb that pole and essentially slide down.
Oh my God.
How about this? Climb up those trees and ride it back down. How about that?
There you go.
Who the hell is making that noise?
That's Hayes.
Hayes, you got to mute your mic.
Hayes, you got something going on with your microphone there.
He muted.
Okay. Sounded like aliens were coming. All right, I'm saving this. So, guys, I'm gonna save this letter, and then what I'm gonna do is, whenever it I'm gonna go buy. I'll print it up, and I'll send it off. As soon as I buy a post office box down in Fresno.
Does it cost extra to like put a notification when it's received and stuff? Is that a couple of bucks or something?
I don't think they'll do that because you're sending it to a prison.
Oh.
Yeah. So we'll see.
I think I'd put in there somewhere that you're a belly sleeper.
Oh, I get it. It took me a while to get it. Okay, I got it now. I got it.
I prefer to sleep face down.
Okay, you know what? I'm done looking at the men. I'm gonna look at the fucking women now. God damn it, you guys are.
I just can't sleep without something between my legs, like a pillow, for example.
Hey, you're making that noise again. Sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. I wonder why it's doing it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, I'm over 18. I agree. I hit agree. Keep going. There we go. It's taking forever. Let's look up. Oh, let's look at the gold ads. The female prisoners. Actually, look, this girl looks pretty cute. Oh, she got a chest tattoo. She's in for distribution of meth. She gets out in 2024. Her name's Petra.
Mm-hmm.
Woohoo. Oh, Jennifer. You could tell she's from Alabama. She looks. Oh, wow.
Manslaughter.
She can slaughter my man.
Do you ever look up anybody that has your last name?
No.
Oh.
They don't go. Oh, well, yeah, hold on. Let's go. We can go to the letters. Let's see if there's anybody with the last. Let's go to female ads. There's a Tabitha Black. Nope, there's no block. There's no block. Ooh, look
you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Sorry, we just can't have that going over. All right, here's a girl from Chowchilla. She's right by here. She's right by me. She's at the jail right here. Are you looking for a sincere, good-hearted, fun-loving woman with great conversation skills? Then you've come to the right place.
That means she talks a lot.
Maybe. I'm a petite, 5-foot-tall, feisty Italian who's a small-town country girl from Northern California. I'm built with curves in all the right places. She's seeking men and donations. She's in here for assault with a deadly weapon. Oh, and she gets out next year. Let's see. My interests are traveling, cooking, motorcycles, and old cars, and all outdoor activities. I'm open to emails through JPay, phone calls, and visual letters of any kind. We'll have to write her, because she's real close by. Here's another one from Chowchilla.
She said all the right things, didn't she?
Yeah. Actually, this girl looks pretty cute. She's got a cute face. Let's see what this... maybe not. Ooh, hello. This girl's hot. Evelyn Carrera Hernandez. Aggravated assault with a deadly woman. Or a deadly weapon. She's a deadly woman. Hold on, guys.
Freudian slip or not?
Yeah, that was a Freudian slip.
I met this friend and I picked her up and threw her across the bar, literally.
Right? Is there a link for HBO interview free? Are you talking about when I was on HBO? Is that what you're talking about, Andrew? No, but what you can do is you can get HBO Max for a week free, a free trial, and then you can watch it. Look, two hot girls. Yeah. Hold on, this girl from far away. Yeah, you know who this girl looks like? She looks like Haley from the Modern Family show. Have any of you on voice chat ever seen Modern Family?
No.
Really?
I've watched it a little bit.
I don't watch TV much.
Because you spend all your time watching Eddie. That's why.
Yes, I do.
I mean, so look, this is Haley from that show, and that's her.
Oh wow, yeah.
Don't they look alike? I think they do. I think they really do.
It's a yes girl. Yes.
Yeah. This girl's hot, and look, she's Baptist, but she's on drug charges. All right, let's see who else is good looking. Oh, I like the Chola girls. I like the white girls that try to look Chola. So here we go. Look at this, a white girl trying to be a Chola. She gets out just in time for Christmas this year.
Well, am I echoing?
Not anymore, no.
Okay. All right.
Oh, wait, here's a white girl from Florida looking pretty good in jail. Look at her. She's in there for trafficking. Hey, at least I know where to get some drugs when she gets out.
Yeah, at least she's motivated.
Right? Look at how she spells Estefany. Estefany. And she's got a tattoo on her face.
That's weird.
Let's see her. She's got 3 dots on her eye. And she just says, "Please write this inmate." No, thank you. This Emily Arredondo's kind of cute. Whoa!
Kate Brida.
What's that?
Casely Brida.
Casely Brida. It was on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, I'm pretty quick too.
Yeah.
Straight at midnight.
This will be our last one.
It's 1 o'clock.
There she is.
Here you go.
Oh,
She's from Dayton, Texas. Oh, never mind. She can't endanger. She's endangering kids. All right. Wait a minute. Hold on. Ashley Braunhauer. She got them Kentucky curves. Possession and tampering. That's all right. Oh, she's looking for men and women. I don't like sharing. All right, guys. Well, thank you for watching our show. I think I'm the only one that's actually... didn't put Discord up because I think I'm still the only one on the... Yep, I'm the only one showing my video. So, thank you for coming, guys. We had a lot of fun. Who's calling me? Oh, charge my phone. I gotta charge my watch. Let me go here to Discord. Who's in here? All right, let's see. Hayes, you want to say goodnight to everybody?
Good night, guys.
There we go. We'll just go in order. Gra, you want to say goodnight?
Good night, everybody. Keep
Helen, you want to say goodnight?
Good night.
Princess Hope, are you going to say goodnight?
No.
Good day, sir.
There you go.
On the count of 3, let's all sing "Good night, sweetheart."
Well, it's time to go. Da, 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 da. Hope, I don't think Hope knows that song.
Go. I bet she does.
Daddy, I hate to leave you,
but I really must say good night, sweetheart. Good night.
Good night.
Oh my gosh, that was cool. By the way, guys, before we let you go, don't forget tomorrow night we're gonna be live streaming on Twitch only because we're watching Live PD, a live watching show. So watch Live PD with us. Or it's now called what? On Patrol. You guys can't if you don't have Reels channel, you can't watch it, and they won't let you watch it through the app. So we're gonna watch it live here, and watch my fucking DirecTV app not work tomorrow. Watch them not let me watch it.
No, I bet it'll work.
It's better work.
We won't live, so that's the thing, is right. We're going to be on Discord only.
Yeah. Oh no, we're gonna do Twitch too.
Oh, and on Twitch, okay, but not on YouTube.
Because YouTube will give us a strike, but we will do it on Twitch and we will do it on Discord. And D Live and the audio.